She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Everybody, welcome to the February 11th, 2025 Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting. So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. And clerk, could you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Chair Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norvell?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Okay, and I'm going to invite former Supervisor Glenn McGorty to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation, God, indivisible.
All right, so first item on the agenda is public expression. So, and we've seen on the screen some of the rules for public expression, and we're still under the 10-minute rule for particular subjects of interest. And so if anyone has an item for public expression of items not on the agenda, please form a line at the podium.
Good morning, Hannah Nelson. I'll be commenting later on item 4B, but I'd also like to ensure that several other important cannabis-related issues get referred to the General Government Committee, or that there's a process to allow the General Government Committee chair to determine additional items that could be discussed there. In particular, the facilities ordinance and taxes are two issues that I think now that we have the luxury of MCD operating smoothly, our permits being issued, our grants going well, I think it's time that we took up the issue of updating the facilities ordinance and also discussion of taxes and how those are going. So I would appreciate if we can have a mechanism where the issue doesn't have to come to the board before it gets referred to the GGC, and that then the chair of the GGC can work with staff for the timing of when those issues. Thank you.
I'm Glenn McGorty. Good morning, Honorable Supervisor, CEO, Antle, and staff. At the December 17th meeting, I promised a final report from the ad hoc committee to make recommendations on support staff for supervisors. a public information officer to improve community dialogue and relations, and finally, next steps in implementing our strategic plan. I have for each of you a printed copy, and an electronic copy has been sent to the clerk of the board. I hope you'll take the time to read this. It is the results of consultations with CEO Pat Blacklock from RCRC, PIO professionals and consultants involved with implementing strategic plans, and supervisors and staff from 4 different counties. I believe there is always room for improvement to make our county more effective at serving our constituents and community while also improving transparency and accountability. Thanks also to former Supervisor Dan Jurdy for his assistance. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions, and thank you for your time and have a good meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Dee Pallison from District 5 in Ukiah. I'm here to bring up my concerns again with the appearance of noncompliance with the Brown Act within the board's rules of procedures. After the meeting on January 8th, where you voted on revisions to your rules, I was concerned with the language of Rule 4C, where you added the language that asked supervisors to try to ask any questions they may have on an agenda item prior to meetings. My concern is that this suggests that the business of the people is being conducted outside of the public meetings. I sent you all an email on January 13th outlining my concerns. At the workshop meeting on January 14th, this email was acknowledged by 2 of you, but the only comments were that my perception was not the intent of the rule. Well, I'm here today to remind you that, unfortunately, perception is 9/10 of the law. And the perception is that you can discuss issues outside of the public meeting. You can ask your questions and get your answers outside of the public meeting. And so your mind is made up, your decision is made outside of the public meeting, totally negating the value of public comment and so public participation in deciding the issues before us. And this is a violation of the Brown Act. Quoting the report of the State Attorney General regarding interpretation of the Brown Act, quote, "Where matters are not subject to closed meeting exception, the Act has been interpreted to mean that all of the deliberative processes by legislative bodies, including discussion, debate, and the acquisition of information, be open and available for public scrutiny. Problems arise when systematic communications begin to occur, which involve members of the board acquiring substantive information for an upcoming meeting or engaging in debate, discussion, lobbying, or any other aspect of the deliberative process, either among themselves or with staff. This office believes that a court could determine that such communications violate the Act because such discussions are part of the deliberative process. A large part of the process by which members reach their decisions may have occurred outside the public eye. The public would be able only to witness a shorthand version of the deliberative process, and its ability to monitor and contribute to the decision-making process would be curtailed." End quote. In preparing this comment, I re-listened to the discussion on decorum at the January 14th workshop. There were several comments that fueled additional concerns, namely, quote, "When we lobby our colleagues," unquote, and, quote, if we have information, we should email all the other supervisors with that information," end quote, all of which can be perceived as further Brown Act violations. Again, intent versus perception. If your intent was truly not to violate the Brown Act, please clean up the language of Rule 4C, spell out that questions should be asked ahead of time, but that all answers must be provided at the public meeting. As the elected representatives of the people of the county, this will show that you are conducting the business of the people for the people, not for the convenience of staff or to save time at a meeting. This will ensure transparency with the public and that your intent is to provide them the opportunity to fully participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm not sure if we have anybody on Zoom, but Jerry Moreski has asked me to read this for her today. She's with the Grassroots Institute over in Fort Bragg, so we've come over from there today. I'm Sojourner Lee. I'm also Secretary of the Board of Meadow Farm Community Land Trust, and this particular request to be put on the agenda will also very much affect us, and it's one of our reasons for being here today. So she says she was a member of the Grassroots Institute Housing Work Group and the Collaborative Community Action Project. On Friday, February 7th, we emailed this existing letter, which I don't know if you all have received a copy of it. What we're requesting is a resolution and ordinance that will protect our existing unpermitted or houses under enforcement, code enforcement, and protect our struggling elders, young people, and working families from the severe stress and financial harm of our county's current code enforcement policies and practices. We also request that this request be placed on the Board of Supervisors' scheduled March agenda. Did you receive it? Thank you. Before I begin with our reasons for the request, I want to thank all of our concerned community members, city, county policymakers, and compassionate members of the county's building and planning department. And we have found that to be very true at my farm as well. They've helped us along the way, and also those who want a new mandate from the Board of Supervisors, a mandate that allows a more humane and just way to treat our good citizens while continuing to ensure that real harm to our neighbors and environment are subject to appropriate code enforcement for the health and safety that we need, all of us. My public comment today focuses on 4 main issues. Number 1, the prohibitive cost of full code enforcement as it is now on our low-income elders, young people, working families in good faith trying to comply, but then they face the full inflexible force enforcement code. Try meeting a minimum of $20,000 or more in fees on our county's average incomes of $20,000 to $30,000, without the benefits mostly, and supporting our tourist industry. It's what these people, often are trying to do, or as being a part of the community. And also on a disabled person who is here is $12,000 a year. A complaint-driven process, number 2, a complaint-driven process that initiates full code enforcement and compliance and allows someone with alcohol, drug-related, or other behavioral issues, mental problems, to turn in a good community member, destroying lives and shut down homes and other activities that might be beneficial to our community. All the owners' properties I've site visited, and I'm almost out of time. So I say she also just says that there's full stressful ongoing threats and a lack of compassionate policy, and we're facing climate change, an aging population, and a lot of issues we need to look at as we come about to a new. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm John Risk. I'm treasurer of Meadow Farm, and I'm here too to support the idea that you consider adopting this ordinance. More from the economic point of view, we're a small community land trust. We have a small organic biointensive farm. We produce food for the food bank in Fort Bragg. We also do emergency responsiveness during emergencies. We have a ham radio station. We have a first aid station. And we are trying to do good. But we also had a squatter evicted. We evicted them. He filed a complaint. We ended up getting 25 issues of noncompliance filed against us by the county. We're in the process of working with your county planning staff, doing a fantastic job. I think Russ Ford and Mark Kleiser and some of the people we work with are doing their job, working with us to find a solution to these problems. We've applied for a dwelling group of 4, but we need farm worker housing. We have been unsuccessful as a community land trust in offering housing because it's difficult to comply to the septic rules. In order for us to meet septic requirements, we have to dedicate 150 gallons of water through our well pump, which is run on solar, to support the current water demand they say is necessary to run a septic. We also have per person. We also have a tiny home that was donated, not tiny, but it was a little home. It was 460 or 640 square feet donated to us. We intended that to be farm worker housing. It did not have tempered glass windows. The siding is cedar. And when it was inspected, because we have it as a storage unit now, but we want to convert it to a living unit. To convert it to a living unit, we have to replace all the glass with tempered glass. We have to put fire retardant siding up. It would really require us another $30,000 to convert that house into a livable, permittable unit. So I think the idea of having 5 years is what we're asking for, is a delayed implementation of the code enforcement to give us more time to study. I think compostable toilets is a legitimate form of waste removal. It needs more study. We'd like to volunteer Meadow Farm as a study site. We have a very deep well. We have 28 acres. Let's test our water. Let's see what compostable toilets do to the water table. Let's see if we contaminate our soil by disposing of waste using alternative methods. So that's the message from us today. I'll say, too, that the expense of permit enforcement is great. We just recently permitted or are looking to permit 3 shipping containers. The cost of permitting 3 shipping containers is over $1,900 as a residence. I went in asking for an ag exemption because we're agricultural, and it would cost us $2,400 free shipping.
Okay.
Used for storage only, no utilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-named practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. I want to acknowledge the passing of a childhood friend, Kurt Smallcombe. Woke up and saw that news this morning. Figured, yeah, well, that's just the way of things right now. It's kind of like my first time up this year after my surgery. You guys kind of been away, and if I had anything to say, it's that little stick figure of do something. Yeah, there's not much on the agenda today. Don't want to rehash any of the old things that we've gotten into, the old board. It's a terrible mess. I feel like it's where this last behavioral health advisory board meeting came out, where we have a full board. It's a new board, like this board. And so I expect you guys to do something. I expect our board to do something. We're taking state help. I'm very much watching our 2 new supervisors. And yeah, I haven't seen anything out of you guys. So there's that little stick figure. Do something. Mo's out there all the time. She's basically the voice for this board. I want to see that change, especially with Supervisor Williams. You have so many great ideas. I hate seeing you come up here and it looks like you're taking shots at people and people are taking shots at you. And most of the progressive ideas are coming from you. So I'd like to see that supported by the rest of this board, as well as emulated by the rest of this board. And Mo, just keep on doing your thing. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. Cody Aiken here. So first off, I want to say, I own Taste Buds here in Ukiah for 6 years. 2 weeks ago, I moved to Twillits because the homeless problem, the theft, everything else going in Ukiah. And, you know, according to Mo, half of you guys don't read the agenda. Today's agenda has $0 towards mental health. But we have $2,800 for her trip to Washington. We have $1,600 for Norvell's trip to Washington. Is that vacation or is that work? Vacation. Because they have openly admitted they don't know how to fix our economy here. So what is Washington gonna do other than get you and your kids across the country? Thank you. So, first thing on the agenda today, thank you, John, was cannabis cultivation. We finally made it, you guys. Good job listening. We made it on the agenda. You guys don't have to tell us to stop. We only have 10 minutes. You know, we don't have the yahoos here today telling us how cannabis is the devil's lettuce and how it's not good for the economy. Sorry, it's the only thing, and I will repeat till I'm blue in the face, that kept our economy going in Mendocino County. So, without expansion, why? We should. If you have the farm, you have the water, without clear cutting. I have a legal farm. I don't want to grow an acre, but do I think Heritage, Bon Vivant, Mendocino Grasslands, you know, Lempire, they all have flat ag land. Perfect. Perfect for expansion. Beautiful. So what's the holdup, guys? You're just limiting our economy. Self-distro, micro license, everything. Let's go. So it really, you know, come on. Instead, on today's agenda, which for sure you're going to pass, is you guys driving county vehicles to and from work. That's on today's agenda. Did you guys read what is on the agenda? $0 to mental health. Round of applause, board. You guys want to not waste your own gas money, but shit, we have to drive to and from work. Can I get a county car? I pay my taxes. I'm one of you guys. I just don't have the title, Board of Supervisor, which means nothing. Hi, Ted. How you doing today? Look alive,
Okay,
buddy.
Cody, let's keep it respectful.
Yeah, I'm respectful.
Okay, and keep
I'm
it
just
on
talking
point.
about how everything's on the agenda. So let's just go back to cannabis cultivation.
Well, that's on the agenda.
I know it is.
And
That's
so
why I'm
this
going
is
back to
for,
it.
okay, this is for items not on the agenda.
No, it's public comment.
For items not on the agenda.
It's public comment. We have 4 hours of public expression. Everything I've spoke about is on the agenda so far.
Okay.
Yeah, you got what I want to say.
Yeah.
John, you listen to me. Thank
Okay,
you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further public comment from the chambers, is there any online?
We have one online, Michael John.
Good morning. My name is Michael St. John. I sent you a letter last weekend titled Memo Board of Supervisors Amnesty Program Regarding Illegal Housing. Sojourner and John spoke earlier. They were very clear. My letter, I hope, will be helpful also. I'm not going to read it. I'll just say very briefly that the basic issue is that we on the Grassroots Institute Housing Work Group would like Mendocino County to prioritize housing, both the construction and the retention of housing. And there are many, it's a big issue, and there are many different aspects, but the county's way is actually not as helpful as it might be. We would like the county to make housing a priority. We'd like the county actually to comply with new state law. The city of Fort Bragg has, in the last couple of years, done a good job of implementing new state laws, but the county hasn't gotten to it yet. We'd like that to happen. So if any of you have questions, I've had a brief exchange with Ted about some of the topics on my letter. And if any of you have questions, I encourage you to be in touch with me. My email address and phone number are on the letter. And I look forward to the possibility that the board will take this topic up at its March meeting. And then the housing work group will be able to present examples. Ted has asked and others have asked for examples of what we're talking about. And I hope that can happen. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hey, thank you. Any further comments online?
Seeing none.
All right, very good. We'll move on to the consent calendar then. Okay, so item 3AO has been withdrawn at the request of the department. Are there any items that need to be pulled from consideration? Right, very good. So our system is that you're supposed to advise the chair and the clerk of the board yesterday at noon if you knew that you were going to pull one. So we didn't hear anything, and that's good. And that so I'd look for a motion.
Move approval of consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there public comment on the consent calendar? Hearing none.
Through the chair, if I may, we do have one online.
Okay.
Anna.
Hi, I apologize. I didn't raise my hand fast enough for the regular public comment. May I make a quick one, please?
This is for the consent calendar?
I know it is, but I didn't raise my hand in
Yeah,
time.
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's just so frustrating to try to be a participant in these meetings. Some of you will have an email. Atlas already received it. Your server wasn't able to deliver either the agenda nor the agenda packet for many hours last night. I tried till about 1:30 in the morning, which is why maybe I'm slow raising my hand this morning. And I got an email from Atlas this morning saying, well, it's our vendor, there's nothing we can do. And I'm going to follow up with that later because I just can't believe that. For those of us who can FTP, maybe we could do that. I don't know. There has to be a solution. So I got it this morning because I wanted to respond to some stuff going around on the list server about, oh my God, hip camp, this, that, and the other, and I misinterpreted what the agenda item was going to be. So now I've read it, and I wrote an e-comment, and I couldn't log in this morning, and I requested a password reset, never came. I tried making an account with a different email address, that never came, and now e-comments are closed, and I wanted to get it in for Agenda 4D. So it's just, I don't know what's going on, but these things don't happen with other other websites, other services, and I would like to find a way to get it fixed because now I can't submit my e-comment, so I don't know.
Well, could you submit your comments by email to the clerk of the board?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do that. Thank
we'll
you.
Get it that way.
Maybe I'll try and listen in to 4D. I never have any idea of when a topic's going to come up in these meetings, and a lot of us don't have hours and hours and hours to listen. And I'd like to come up with ideas about that too, so maybe people can get alerted to when their agenda item comes online. So I'd like to later discuss positive ways we can fix these issues and improve it, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so are there any further comments on the consent calendar? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Call the question. Are we doing it by voice? Sure.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4A, discussion and possible action including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Okay.
Good morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I just want to alert the board to a stakeholder meeting that both Planning and Building and Environmental Health are holding tomorrow here at the County Administration Complex in Conference Room C from 11 to 1 p.m. Anybody from the public is welcome to attend. We also have a Zoom participation option, and it's an opportunity to have direct dialogue with the directors of both Planning and Building and Environmental Health and talk about solutions. So I just wanted to alert all of you to that meeting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. Last month I didn't get to come before you, so this month is for December and January. The Assessor's Clerical Division has been shorthanded for the past couple of months. Our appraisers and appraiser aides have really helped out. Each appraiser has an in-house day to where they take the phone calls and they meet with the public. During their in-house day now, they sit up in the clerical division and they work right there along with at least one, if not two, of the appraiser aides to make up for the lack of clerical. We have one appraiser aides working on exemptions, so I mean they are really going to be well-rounded when they finish with this. So I wanted to let you guys know what a great job they're doing, pitching in and helping out. Discoveries. In December, our viewed 528 parcels, sent out an additional 20 discovery letters. We discovered that one structure wasn't being assessed properly, a pole barn, and one APN. It was a pole barn and 2 storage buildings in Willett, adding $26,000 in assessed value to the tax roll. In January, our techs got put on different projects and off of the discoveries where when they're not up helping clerical, they're working on a Williamson Act project to where we make sure that so every parcel of land has different soils on it. And if you're in the Williamson Act, that helps determine how it's being assessed or the figures that's being assessed. So they're working on that project to try and get that complete and going right. In January, through the discovery information that was returned by taxpayers, we were able to add $320,000 of assessed value to the tax roll. This was for a small single-family residence and 2 barns in Laytonville, a cabin and a workshop in Piercy, and an equipment shed in Willett. So that was fruitful. That was good. Our amnesty program in December, we had 2 amnesty permits, a kitchen remodel that did not add any additional square foot to the building, so there was no additional assessment, and a generator that had no additional assessment either. Supplemental notices. The appraisers completed 122 supplemental notices on transfers and new construction, bringing $12 million in assessed value to the tax roll in December. Now that's not prorated, that's the total that it would have brought to the assessed value. 414 supplemental notices were completed in January, bringing an additional $41 million in assessed value. In elections, we are still wrapping up everything from November. It's a process. We're boxing everything up, sealing it, labeling it so we can take it down to the warehouse. We're also getting ready so by state law, we keep statewide or federal elections for 22 months in the stored and sealed in the warehouse. So we're getting ready to be able to actually get rid of some of those. So 2 years ago, we're able to shred those. So Shred It will be out there tomorrow, and we'll have a couple people out there. Tomorrow, our office will be open, but we can't really do a whole lot of business because we're getting our final stages of Tyler installed. So that means that Tyler will be down. That means that we can't receipt anything. We can't do a lot of things. So it's a good day to do cleanup and do things that we normally don't have. So do you have any questions?
Right. Thank you.
Ed? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item 4B. Oh. Sheriff Kendall.
I topped out at about 5'9". That's where the Almighty put me. Good morning, members of the board. CEO Anthill. As Mr. Donegan mentioned, we did lose Captain Smallcombe last week. Captain Smallcombe retired. He was a very, very good man, and it's going to be a big loss for our community. Not only was he an incredible homicide detective, I worked investigations with him for numerous years, but he was a good father, a good husband, grandfather. He did a lot of work with the Special Olympics. He did a lot of work with the Night to Shine youth sports. He was a very good baseball player. And he was a true leader who had a positive effect on big portions of our county, especially in the youth. And so he will be greatly missed. I know that a lot of folks probably in this room were touched at some point by Kurt's life. Let's all try to remember the good man that he was, and hopefully we can emulate just a little bit of that. Our jail build for the behavioral health wing of the jail is going along fine. We did lose some days to that rain that we had, and we do have some more rain coming. But we're still in that slot where I think that we're going to finish out on time. Things are going well over there, even though we did have that rain. They've made up a lot on the days when we have some good weather. A lot of the grouting and the setting of the CMU block is going well. They brought in extra laborers for that and some good concrete masons. and some block masons, and so we're seeing some really, really good progress. Just a couple of other things. I have been hearing throughout our county a lot of folks who are saying, hey, we need to make a declaration of a sanctuary county. I'd like to remind the board that Senate Bill 54 was passed in 2018, and that codified basically the state of California as a sanctuary state. And so I think it would be repetitive work. One of the things that I've been speaking with folks about is if we want to take some direction on that, maybe we should begin pushing on the federal government to actually build a bridge, to actually codify into law a way that some good folks that we've got here can stay here. I think that would probably be better where our time is spent at this point. And I don't know, I think over the next couple of years, if we put a shoulder into it and push hard, we can probably get some movement out of the federal government. Anyway, that's a direction I would appreciate us going. I think it's reasonable, and I think it's time that we talk about it. That's it from me. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sheriff, and appreciate your comments about Mr. Smallcombe. Certainly, and our express gratitude and condolences to his family, and then appreciation for, you know, your communication with the community about upholding the Values Act and also the Trust and Truth Acts.
Thank you.
And I think that that word needs to get out to the community.
We'll keep working on it. Thank you.
Right. Okay, moving on to item 4. We on D? B. Okay. Discussion and possible action including referral of cannabis cultivation limits to the General Government Committee. Right, this item was brought by Supervisors Haschak and Klein. So I'll just start it off, if you don't mind. That in October, when this issue was brought back to the board about the cultivation limit size and the 2 permits per parcel, it was, you know, because of the plain reading by the county council's office. And so I felt like the board needed to make a decision, a policy decision on which way to go for that. At that time, we weren't able to give any kind of direction to staff. You know, they had brought back the ordinance changes that needed to happen to keep the original intent, but since we didn't make a decision, the default was to go back to the plain reading of the text. And so I still feel like the community wants an answer about which way the board wants to go. We have 2 new board members, and it's an opportunity for the board to take that policy decision, make a positive statement about which way we want to go with it, and to take it off the shoulders of the staff. It should be on, you know, a decision made by the board. And then, so with that cultivation limit issue, you know, my feeling is that we should honor the original intent of it. There's some other issues that have come up to the board from public comment, public expression, you know, that have to do with taxes, that have to do with, you know, the allowable size of permit or of grows, you know, is a discretionary permit appropriate way of pursuing that? And then also micro business and a lot of those issues around that, facilities. And so I think that what I would like to do is refer these issues to the General Government Committee where they can have a real full discussion with the community, you know, pro and con of all these issues, and bring back recommendations to the board about which way to proceed on all of this. Supervisor Klein, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Haschak, for the collaboration on this item. I'll keep my comments brief. Essentially, I wanted to bring this forward and support it because this topic is certainly unsettled at this time and the community does not feel heard. And we need the appropriate public policy process. I was supportive of referring this item to the General Government Committee. All meetings are televised and agendized. There's lots of opportunity for the community to come and hear those conversations. As to an ad hoc, where those will be done, privately instead of having an agenda attached to it. So I just thank you for the collaboration and hope that we can have the appropriate process followed through this agenda item.
All right. Any further comments from the board? All right, we'll look to public comment. Hold it, 1 sec.
Ready? All right. Good morning. Hannah Nelson again. I support referral to the General Government Committee of these issues. And I would like to point out, because I read some of the public comments that were attached to this item, that any issues that are referred to the General Government Committee to be in-depth discussed and hashed out and input from staff and stakeholders and, of course, the committee members does come back to the full board for the full board's discussion and decision based on a recommendation, if any, of the GGC. And I just wanted to point that out because I think that maybe some commenters weren't clear and they thought that sending it off to the GGC was like some doomsday behind the scenes thing. And in addition to Supervisor Klein's comments, I just wanted to remind the public that it in fact comes back to the board for any decision. Thank you.
My name is David. I believe Chair Haschak should recuse himself from this matter because the personal relationship has clouded the judgment of the chair on this. We have a dark money lobbying organization, one that is registered as a social welfare organization ostensibly focused on community interests that hasn't bothered to update their website in 7 years, with an online calendar that's empty and no events listed there since 2018, that's threatening to sue the county over the cannabis permits. A prominent board member of that organization and a lobbyist for the prohibition movement in this county was a contributor to and endorser of Mr. Haschak's campaigns for supervisor in 2018, 2022. This board member was allowed to speak during public expression in January on the very subject of the lawsuit, even after the chair had said that time was expired for cannabis. She said up front she was going to speak on cannabis. It wasn't a surprise or a pivot during the speech. The subject time had just been ended by Mr. Haschak, but she felt totally comfortable going on anyway. She claimed that she could sum up the entire subject in one sentence, and the chair allowed her to speak for almost another minute, several more sentences. Why did that happen? I believe it has something to do with the fact that this person was a contributor to Mr. Haschak's campaigns and is possibly a close friend of his. I think this shows favoritism and bias. I think that recusal by Mr. Haschak from the item that's the subject of a threatened lawsuit by a friends organization is a change that needs to take place in this discussion. I'm not saying that supervisors should avoid having constituents who are friends bring ideas to the board. I'm saying that once a friend's dark money lobbying organization threatens to sue the county, something has to change. We hear people on the prohibition side of this argument say during meetings that the cannabis growing community comes here with lobbyists and lawyers. Now we have a bona fide 501c4 lobbying organization with no obligation to reveal their donors or any sources of funding, who is hiring lawyers and lobbying against regulated cannabis, claiming to be doing this work for the public good when their public-facing website has been stagnant for 7 years. This organization has undue influence over Mr. Haschak. If we have rules about ethics that supervisors should follow, this is one of those times where we should avoid even the impression of impropriety, and the chair should recuse himself from this matter. Thank you.
Okay, David, what's your last name?
I'm going to decline to state that.
Good morning, Stephen Amato, from the president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We support Supervisor Haschak and Klein's recommendation to have this item and also Hannah Nelson's suggestion from earlier of her public comment to have other items that she brought forth discussed at the GGC. From experience over the last couple of years, it's been a highly effective way of getting through these cannabis issues to then have them worked out, deliberated, then brought back to the board. And due to the climate of what's going on in the cannabis industry, we need to have things done in a more timely fashion. And we feel if the GGC has the power to start bringing up these items on their own, to help avoid having to have this meeting, then brought back to that meeting, just going back and forth. And I know Supervisor Hashik has great experience with the GGC and understands how effective that has been. So we support this motion that you're making. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kyle Greenelch. I'm a business owner here in Mendocino and in the city of Ukiah. First of all, I want to start out with probably the horrible turnout that could have been here today due to the fact of the matter of that we don't have an agenda posted till last Thursday, later in the afternoon. That's giving us what, how many, 4 days? Legally, you need to do it 3, but 4 days of notice about what's going on with our board. I watched that every day for 2 weeks straight with nothing. There's still nothing on the board next week, and the next week prior, the next week prior. I don't know where we're going and how we're going to be able to get this done, but we've got to understand as a cannabis community and as a community itself, we need to be notified a lot earlier so we can be a lot more active to help you guys get the right results for our county here. Okay? I'm in favor for this expansion, and I'm in favor for this to be turned into a government agency. I think it's better served for everybody's purpose and everybody's well-being and time. I really feel that we need to have a big understanding of we're leaving 92% out of our county being able to expand if we only allow it to be on agricultural. And we know none of us can afford to go buy agricultural land, and we can't do anything else because we've spent so much money doing this in our other spots and our parcels where we shouldn't have to move to be able to, in order to be able to expand our business. With all due respect to the Willits, the environmental agency out of Willits, I really appreciate their work, but all of our cash money that's coming in from our permitting, from our taxes and everything goes to enforcement on these grows that are actually being devastating to our county. I know my whole entire mountain this last year all got raided. And you know what? That's because we pay our taxes and we pay our permit fees and we pay all that stuff that's allotted from the state of California to be able to go after these people. And without us being able to have that, we will have an environmental disaster. So which is the best way to go here? We either let the good players play, we let them get to our size, so we can actually put out the out people that aren't playing it right and being a harmful person to our economy. Yeah, let's hope we can get this back on board for the 26th. Let's make sure that we can get the public a lot more ahead knowledge that we are going to be having these type of meetings, and we'd all probably appreciate that a lot. We thank you very much. Thank you all very much. I thank you, Mo, for your support that you've shown me for over the years. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Kathy Anello. I'm here representing cannabis taxes. I do. And I just wanted to point out again that the 5% tax on dispensary is in proportion to countywide because only the county dispensaries have to pay the 5% where the city doesn't, making us not competitive price-wise. At the end of a quarter, you have a profit, and that profit is now going to the county, and in some cases even having to be borrowed to pay the county. In Humboldt County, there was a 1-year suspension on cannabis tax, and I am proposing that you guys really look at a 1-year suspension, cannabis-wide taxes, so that people can get back on their feet, because they are suffering, they cannot pay their taxes, they cannot pay their county taxes, and it's going to blow up. And I'm hoping that in 1 year's time, I'm not back up here saying, gee, we blew up cannabis because of the taxes. When the Board of Supervisors in Humboldt did it, I don't know why you guys can't do it here for a 1-year suspension to allow people to get back on their feet. That's all.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. My name is Ellen Terrell, and one of the previous speakers caused me to change my rap a little bit. But I would say I want to begin with there are lots of unresolved issues around our cannabis ordinance and how we go forward in the future. And I support having those be taken up at the General Government Committee. And I also support the creation of working groups so that the discussions can take place in a very unstructured and free-form process, and then bring those discussions and results back to the General Government Committee and then come back to the full board. And I agree that there are lots of things that need to be worked out. One of the things that I don't think should go to the General Government Committee is this issue of the reinterpretation by staff of the maximum square footage allowed per parcel. I think the board really has no choice but to honor the original intent of the ordinance, which, as the chair has mentioned, and the full board voted 5-0, agreeing that the original intent of the ordinance was to maintain the 10,000 square foot maximum per legal parcel, even if you could have a couple of different permit types. That is an issue that goes beyond the cannabis issue. It's the issue of how you make changes to laws. We are a society of laws. I mean, that's sort of the basis of our democracy. We agree on laws and then we abide by them. We can change those laws, no question about it. We can change the cannabis law, but it can't be changed by staff in a back room someplace and then have the legislators, yourselves, be told what the new law is. That just can't be the way it works, either for cannabis or any other legislation. So we are begging you, as the board, to tell the staff to cease accepting and processing applications for more than 10,000 square feet. Just stop doing that. If the public and the board wants to relook at that provision of the ordinance, fine, that can be done, and it can be changed, but it has to be done through the full public process and probably environmental review as well. So I am imploring you to kind of at least remove this immediate confusion and chaos-making situation where the ordinance says one thing, but staff on its own has decided to do something else. That simply isn't acceptable, so I'm asking you, as the board, to tell staff to stop with that reinterpretation, go back to the original intent, and in the meantime, create this other process where the issues that are so troublesome with this ordinance can be worked out with full public engagement. Thank you.
Good morning, board. There we are again. My name is Patricia Riss Yarbrough, or Peen, and I live in Redwood Valley, which is one of the districts that is currently experiencing a lot of differences of opinion about where cannabis should go, especially the threatening expansion of the Groper parcel. I would like to propose, therefore, that if people agree to go with the General Government Committee, that our supervisor take seat there, because she is very well informed about the struggles in Redwood Valley and its environs. So my proposal is to have Madeline Klein and one other board member on this GGC and help us sort this out together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have 2 people on the GGC already. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Chris Boyd from Redwood Valley. My initial response to item 4B was to oppose it. And my original thought was that the agenda item summary 3 times mentions a plain reading of Mendocino County Code. Plain reading is apparently a legal term of art that I wasn't familiar with. In actuality, I see that as doublespeak, which is a word that came from George Orwell's 1984. In actual plain English, the people and the county and the people of Mendocino have both understood the code to limit the size of cultivation sites per parcel to 10,000 square feet. That's been the understanding for years. No one was confused about it, yet it appears that the county shopped around to find a contract attorney who would read existing practiced law in such a manner that, without any public process or ordinance amendments, a new interpretation would double the size of allowable cannabis, many of those grows are in residential areas, by the way, in Redwood Valley. As the agenda item summary for this proposal makes clear, obfuscation could be the result of shunting this issue to a subcommittee where the agendas and the minutes are not very clear, not easy to understand, and they don't really invite participation. So that was my initial response to the proposal. The General Government Committee, however, could be a useful venue for developing needed changes to the cannabis ordinance. And I think listening to the other speakers from our side and the other side, I think we have a lot of common ground. We all agree that there need to be changes in the ordinance. It's not working very effectively, and the enforcement is not working very effectively. And that's not good for anybody. So I firmly believe in the common ground that exists from legacy growers to neighborhood residents. But it takes openness and communication. If we bury the conversation in a poorly attended meeting and don't bring it forward with the issues in a very public manner, that may not be the best solution. So I generally am concerned about sending it off to General Government Committee. We also hear on the rumor mill that growers want to sell more product from their sites of cultivation, which actually is happening right now, judging by the traffic in our neighborhoods. They want to have larger grows, despite the residents' protests. And board members have voiced the interest in doing away with the cannabis exclusion zones, which were put in place in the original ordinance, basically to protect local homeowners. And so what is becoming clear to me and up and down the state of California is this. Californians strongly believe that cannabis must be regulated, and the regulations must be enforced. In Santa Barbara County, a board member who opposed regulation of cannabis was voted out in November and was replaced with somebody who is much more interested in listening to the people. And so I ask you to please continue to listen, not just to the cannabis growers, but also to the people who have to live with the product. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Frances Owen from Redwood Valley. I had problems posting online, so I made a copy for you, for the clerk of the board to make copies for everyone if they'd like. I'll just read from mine. Like many residents of Mendocino County, I'm concerned that our county government is not paying attention to the needs of the majority of the people. This is certainly held true for cannabis issues. We have been trying to convey to you that we do not want expansion, and your response seems to be, let's draw this all out by kicking the can down the road to the General Government Committee. The GGC had already been receiving monthly reports from the Cannabis Department. What's been lacking all along is the inclusion of the general public for our input on anything cannabis related. One need only to watch the YouTube video of a cannabis ordinance streamlining meeting dated September 18th, 2023. This was not a GGC or BOS meeting. It appears to be a meeting that was run by the Cannabis Department, and its stated intent was to gather public input. Sadly, only 3 to 4 members from the cannabis community were in attendance, either in person or via Zoom. No one in attendance from the general public. We're concerned many changes were made or streamlined from the ordinance with little, if any, discussion with those of us most affected. A real eye-opener as to the lack of the county's desire to conduct open dialogue with all of its constituency. We are hopeful this will change with this new board, as there are still many cannabis issues to be addressed. We feel strongly, however, that the issue of expansion needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Our opposition to larger commercial grows has been well documented over the past several years, to the point that we feel even our 2 new supervisors are surely aware of the stance from both sides, the growers and the greater public. Neighborhoods have been negatively impacted, leading to applications for CP cannabis prohibition zones. The growers, their lobbyists, and lawyers continue to push the envelope in hope of larger grows with the help of county staff, as it would appear. The economic reality is there is a glut of product being grown, not only in California, but all across the nation. This is what has decimated prices. So allowing more to be grown makes absolutely no sense. It will drive prices further down, use more of our resources, and most likely increase nuisances to our neighborhoods. Local grape growers are experiencing the same situation, but one doesn't hear them saying they need to grow more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name's Barry Nadler. I am the CEO of Mendocino Grasslands and KO Ranch. I just want to say that I support it being referred to the governmental committee. We appreciate the efforts of the supervisors to get it to move to a place where these discussions can take place. Pretty obvious from what folks have already said on both sides of it that there are people in several different camps, and the governmental committee is a good place to try to have those discussions, hash out what is acceptable to the parties, and maybe come to the board with a message that the board can accept and move forward on. I do think that economic development in the county really requires to review this issue, and I think this is the appropriate place. So I hope that we can get a majority of the supervisors to support having it go to the government committee so we can have an open discussion and how it can be brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cody again. And thank you, Hashtag and Klein, for bringing this up. We really do appreciate it. And, you know, we appreciate everything. From Mo, Norvell, Williams, too. You guys do have a tough job. So, speaking to regarding what they're doing is the good actors here, we're really having no problem selling our cannabis. So, expansion would truthfully benefit us. Yes, the numbers are down because, you know, Glass House and all these huge corporations are growing it and they can produce it at $100, $200 per pound. So yes, that's going to drive down the whole market. But, you know, us, people that literally are willing to bag everything in grams or eighths, we're doing okay. We could grow more. And it's not the economy, it's the economy that why the price is down. The smokers, the people buying the product, consuming it, are on a budget. They're going into the dispensaries looking for a, you know, a budget-friendly, cheap product. That's all it comes down to. There's not money being spent here. So, you know, we beg you for expansion to help us sell pounds at $200, $300 and make a living, not just tread, you know, because we have to grow more to make a profit. That's just the reality. So thank you, board, and let's keep progressing on this.
Hi, my name is Jesse Hutchins with Hydro Pacific Garden Supply. I'd like to say thank you for bringing it up for a referral to the GGC, and my business, Hydro Pacific, and our customers all support sending it to a referral to the GGC, and look forward to participating in an in-depth discussion about it. So thank you for that. There's obviously a lot of difference of opinion here. But like anything, you know, in order to make money, you have to scale, right? The grape grower says, you know, we don't want to grow more. Yeah, but if you only grew a quarter of an acre, would you be where you're at now? No, a quarter of an acre grape grower would have a regular job and it would be a hobby, right? So if you equate the two, it's not fair. So get the people out of the hobby and into commercial scale. All right, thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
I have a presentation that I wanted to share. Here's the whole presentation. It's over 40 pages, and then here's the excerpts that I made copies for everyone. So my name's Liana Costa. I'm employed here in the city of Ukiah, and I have a piece of property and pay property taxes. And because I'm employed here, more than half of my spending time of sales tax, I also contribute to the sales tax board. I got involved in medical cannabis in 1995, and in 2009, I opened up a consulting company. And one of my dear friends hired me, and he said, I need your help. I want to figure some things out. And his name was Kenny. And he wanted to figure out what was the best greenhouse manufacturer in the world to cultivate cannabis. And he found out that was Kubo Greenhouses. And he said cannabis isn't a novel crop. It's a crop that grows similar to other crops. And he got in touch with Kubo, and they told him that they had a 5.5 million greenhouse, and he went and found out who owned it. Casey Holling at the time owned it, and he was a tomato manufacturer. I used to show Arabian horses, and I traveled the country, and all over I would see tomatoes bagged up with the name Casey Holling on them. So my friend Kenny got in touch with Mr. Holling and went down and started meeting with him in the early 2010 time. And he would come back and he would tell me stories about the meetings with Casey Holling and how amazing his tomato greenhouse was and how amazing that greenhouse would be to cultivate cannabis in. And over the years, they kept talking. Well, there were two other people talking. One of them was a narcotics officer down in Southern California, and a flower guy who had a whole bunch of money in ornamental flowers, and they formed a company called Glass House. And so today, I brought you some excerpts from the latest investment thing for Glass House, because they did a deal with Casey Holling, and now they're cultivating 6 million square feet of cannabis at just one of their facilities. And so if you look here, here's their greenhouse, 5.5 million square feet. This is what we have to compete with here in our county. Their next page, the #1 cannabis company in the #1 market in the world with our state here at California. We cannot compete growing 10,000 square feet. Our environmental impact report said that we could cultivate 22,000 square feet. So I texted Kenny while I was sitting here in the Board of Supervisors meeting, and I told him I was going to tell you guys about my story. And this is what he said. Glass House is 125 acres in that location. They have more in Santa Barbara. 10,000 square feet is nothing in today's market with rock bottom prices and sky high taxes. A small grower couldn't make a living. And with the proposed tax increase, I believe most medium and small growers to not renew their licenses and return to the black market.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, supervisors. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Rick Sagan, and I live in Redwood Valley. And the bottom line, I think, here is that we're putting the grows and the residents in the same neighborhood. And I think we need to look at it that way, of the safety of the community, which is what the Board of Supervisors is supposed to do. I know it's a contrast of making money and trying to figure out, well, we need income, but how do we please everybody? I think the General Government Committee might be an avenue that you guys are pursue, but I would suggest that you look at it of not putting residents next to these grows. It's just not there. It's not safe. I think we need the EIRs in order to figure out where the groundwater is going. We've talked about this before in the planning department when we're trying to figure out what size it grows and where to have these exclusionary zones. You as supervisors need to look at the safety of the community as the bottom line, not just the finance end of what the cannabis industry will bring in here. Getting it out of the hills, I understand that. It's easier to regulate when it's in the flatlands, but here you're putting the grows next to the kids, the families, the folks that are trying to, their house is their home, and now we have a 10,000 grow area next to residentials, and we have all the conflict of traffic and the smells and the water table, and I think we can do better. So my thought is it'd be nice to get a representative that's working the corridor, whether it's Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, Willits. Nobody from the I won't say nobody from the coast, but the idea being is that is the areas that are being affected right now. I mean, that's why Willits is involved in trying to do what they're trying to do as far as exclusionary zones. So to me, I think I would like to see us not expand beyond the 10,000 right now. I think that's a good decision on your guys' part. Let's go back to what we originally agreed to and have the general committee make this work. So that's my point.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Corinne Powell. I am a cultivator and advocate. And I want to remind everyone listening and here that the General Government Committee has been overseeing cannabis issues for at least the last year or so. The Cannabis Department made monthly reports at that meeting. I know that they're not going to be doing that as regularly in the future, but because there is that framework already to discuss cannabis, I think it makes perfect sense to refer from this meeting to the GGC. I also hope that in the direction to the GGC, that the board will put some directives in there, which are, first and foremost, remember, we are in these positions because we've gone over this ground before. In 2021, we had a referendum. We had a board rescinding previous action. We've been around the block on this issue. So it shouldn't be hugely difficult for the board to make some recommendations, i.e., what will be the way in which information can be sorted, can be presented, can be more than 3 minutes at a time, so that all members of the community can come together as they see fit to include cannabis in the county's economic sector development. We are all in the same boat in this room vis-a-vis cannabis primarily. And I'm thinking that perhaps the secondary recommendation is consider how Mendocino County can improve this ordinance once and for all. It is time. Hannah made some specific recommendations as to what to include as the ordinance is reconsidered, but we are all bound by kicking the can down the road, not being definitive, having a difficult time coming to meetings and participating. So let's really make this one count. I think that the two of you probably understand what the committee can and cannot do. We want it to be fully transparent, but we want these issues to come to conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, any further comment from in the chamber? Okay, seeing none, any online?
We have 2 online, Joseph and then Drew. Joseph, you'll have to unmute yourself to be heard.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just thought I'd chime in. I believe the issue should be taken to the GGC. I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't want that unless they don't think the system will work in their favor. Everybody keeps using the language expansion, and I see it as more of a conversion. We're already approved for this amount of square footage. There's no liability to the county. It's included in our EIR. I think we also need to hang on to our appellations. You know, the top dollar bottles of wine are coming from red rocky soil at elevation, like from Kendall Jackson and Nelson Winery. And that's about all I have to say.
All right, thank you. One more public comment?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Hi, my name is Drew, and I just also wanted to voice my support for referral of the cannabis cultivation limits to the General Government Committee. You know, I look at this from a different lens, being in real estate and just seeing what's happening to property values, tax values, and I think that looking at limits that keep us competitive with the rest of the state and or, as Joya just mentioned, converting, you know, what's already used for cannabis, you know, makes sense. I think every this is a farming community. It has been for a long time, and that comes with us people living in the community also, dealing with what comes with farming. I grew up next to vineyards and pears where we dealt with lots of spraying, lots of people coming to pick the products, and everything in between. And I don't think that cannabis really is any different. I think the idea that a cannabis cultivation site is unsafe is not inherently incorrect. And I think that we're going in the right direction, and everybody should continue to be open-minded to what the impacts of the community long term will be and the benefits of the community long term. So thank you, and have a nice day.
All right. So that's it for public comment?
Seeing no further online.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Williams?
Do the two supervisors who sit on general government support this item?
I do not. I've served on general government for 3 of 4 years as a county supervisor. I watched every meeting last year while the 2 board members discussed cannabis issues. I've been paying attention to cannabis issues for 10 plus years in our community and across the state. I think that the County of Mendocino as an agency, boards prior, probably boards in the future, have done a disservice to the community on both sides of pro or against cannabis. It is really challenging for people to understand policy changes that affect their daily life, but also affect an entire county. I don't see, and I'd be happy to hear from Supervisor Hashak because he also served on general government. I watched the 2 Board of Supervisors meetings where this item was discussed, and went back and watched the GGC. I don't know what new information would come out of a GGC referral. If there are new supervisors that want to get a better understanding of talking to cannabis, both pro and against, in person or through an ad hoc, I definitely support that because I think there's a lot to be learned by understanding the dynamic. But for me, I support staff's interpretation of the ordinance. This has been discussed since 2017. I voted in favor of the plain reading of the ordinance, and I think that that's the way that we should move forward.
Did you want to add something?
Sure, thank you. So I think up until not too long ago, I was, and when I say long ago, recently today, I just didn't see the need. I mean, it's been to the board 3 times, it's been to the General Government Committee once. So as my colleague just said, I'm not sure exactly what new information is out there or what will come. The only thing different is that I was not a part of those conversations. There's 3 at the board and 1 at the General Government Committee. So if it's the will of the board, it certainly seems like the public wants it. I'd be happy to have that conversation again. I don't want to necessarily refer to it as a waste of time, but I think because it wouldn't be, but my point is I'm just not sure what new information is going to come. But if, I'm not going to say no because, I'm kind of, I guess my main point is I was not part of those conversations, and now I'm on the General Government Committee. So, I'm happy to hear them, and then I think any of the other issues with cannabis, I'd be fine with coming to the General Government Committee as well.
Well, I think that there's 2 parts to this. And one is the plain reading aspect, that the cultivation limit size, and we haven't made a decision as a board. If we wanted to make that decision right now, we could set that aside. The other issues, such as micro business licenses, taxes, the discretionary approach, for limited grows, those are all issues that I think the public has been clamoring to talk about. And so I think that the General Government Committee is the proper venue. We have dealt with the taxes before. We started conversations about the micro business licenses. And we've heard, people wanting a discretionary permit. So I think that there is room for the General Government Committee to hear those. That would be the proper place. Supervisor Mulherin.
I can yield to Supervisor Williams if he had his pen up. I was just going to...
Pens down.
Oh, okay. So just as it relates to that, I mean, the reason that we had a tax conversation at General Government is because I brought an agenda item forward. I think that there's just really a misunderstanding in the community about how policy items come forward, and they can come forward through your supervisor or another supervisor. And I think we should have open conversations, and I try to have open conversations with the cannabis community about reducing the tax, about if they want expansion. Somebody asked me, what will it take for expansion to happen? Well, it will take small farmers. It'll take the people that want expansion. It'll take the environmentalists all getting on board and coming to a mutual understanding. I'm not sure that needs to happen in a televised 3-minute agendized meeting. That to me feels more like it needs to be workshop style. And I did ask for economic development for the cannabis meeting. Was there a date selected for that?
Yes, it's, I think, March 27th.
Okay. I'm not sure. I agree that general government can certainly tackle any department's individual items. If it's contracts and how they work, if it's cannabis items, that's general government's job, absolutely. But I think that where we are now with cannabis really is going to take a lot more trying to continue to work in a workshop style with less formality than what general government has to offer. And when an agenda item is ready for prime time for a discussion where people are limited to 3 minutes, then certainly bring that to the board and refer it to general government, or if it's a general government committee member that brings it, then it certainly can be heard there. I just think that after 9 years of discussion, we're in the same place on a different day.
Well, the process for the General Government Committee is it's supposed to have a referral from the board. And that's what we're trying to do with this item. If the General Government Committee wants to form working groups, great, go for it. But we need to start that conversation, and this is the start of that conversation. Supervisor Williams.
So I was ready to move the recommended action, but I'm putting weight on my colleague's perspective that we need working groups or different venue, different dynamic if we want to make progress. I think she's been there trying to make progress for some time. She's been doing that outreach. I think she has a really good grasp of the type of dialogue and the venue for that dialogue if we want to be effective. So if she's saying that she sits on general government, she's saying that that's the wrong place to have the discussion, I can't support it.
Supervisor Klein.
Just quickly, part of the reason why I supported bringing this item to general government, again, I'll repeat some of my earlier comments, were the fact that it was televised and it was agendized. And I have heard several different constituents, not just in Redwood Valley, across my district and actually across the county, speak to concerns around transparency around this process. And that's why I was in favor of this model instead of just a workshop model, a constituent meeting where there may or may not be the same level of participation or access to participation.
All right, seeing no hands up, looking for a motion. Yeah,
I'll move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. So we'll call the question. Pardon? Oh, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Mulhern dissenting.
All right, very good. So we'll move on to item 4C, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding Rule 18A, public expression of the rules of procedure of the Board of Supervisors. All right, so I brought this item forward because, as you saw, we adopted the rules of procedure at our January meeting. And part of that was this 10-minute rule at the discretion of the chair. I feel like there's so many situations that come up with that 10-minute rule that there's pro and con issues that, there's just, I laid it out in the summary of request, but basically it's a question of public expression, public comment, or public expression for these items not on the agenda, which certainly, we as a board have an obligation to the democratic process of hearing those concerns. At the same time, we have staff who's waiting, people who are waiting for issues, we have timed items, we have the efficiency of running the meeting, okay? And so it's like, how do we balance those two needs and run an efficient, effective meeting that respects, the public's right to express their feelings and run the meeting. So on my agenda item, I have listed some options, and certainly there's pros and cons to every approach we take on this. One of the things I've landed on lately was, what if we had the public expression, because the public wants to know when they can be heard. And if we set that for right after lunch, then that would allow us to conduct the morning business in a kind of a on-time manner as much as possible. And then it would give the public a known time right after lunch, usually 1:30, when they could have public expression. That would take some of the pressure off, moving the meeting along, and pressure on this 10-minute rule too. So we could still have the 10-minute rule, but it would be not as, the imperative wouldn't be there to enforce it as much in the afternoon when it wouldn't affect that much of the meeting. So I'm just throwing out, there's lots of ideas out there, but what I would like is for the board to support whatever direction we decide. Okay? Any comments? Supervisor Williams.
I would rather we let the public speak. The meeting where this came up, I think the meeting was only about an hour long, and we had maybe 5 or less people who wanted to speak, so 3 minutes apiece. We're talking 15 minutes. I think I was on the road headed back to the coast before 11 o'clock. We had the whole rest of the day, so I'm not sure why we're censoring the public. It didn't sit well with me. I kept quiet, but I felt embarrassed for the county. If I have to come back the next day and the following day because there's so much public comment, so be it. That's the process here. This is one of the few places people get to speak openly about government operations. Try talking to your state representatives or your federal representatives, right? They're not going to give you 3 minutes. And so I think we should cherish that, and we should let everyone who shows up here have their 3 minutes to speak. Free speech means something when somebody's saying something that I don't agree with, right? And I think that the county sometimes doesn't like, the establishment here doesn't like what some of the public has to say. That's the whole point, right? We're going to listen to that. We're going to take it into consideration. We may disagree, but it's their right.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
I wanted to thank the chair for bringing this forward. I've been on the board for 4 years, and I've served as the chair for 1 year, and I think that, every year I've sort of just let the chair guide how they wanted the meetings to go. So I appreciate that you're looking for feedback from your colleagues. I know that last year when I served as chair, I took a lot of public expression on very challenging items, and I know that not all of my colleagues really appreciated that, and I did hear from them that they didn't appreciate that we were hearing from people. I think that there's a general lack of respect of communication between some policymakers and constituents that have led to a confrontational, agonistic dynamic, which I hope that we can work to improve. I also, as I was thinking about this item, again, do not think that public expression is the best place to have your voice heard or to make a policy change. I think that you should work with a supervisor to get an item agendized. If you have concerns about an item that you know is coming forward and you're not sure where it's been calendared, then I think that our clerk of the board should be able to say, thank you very much for that feedback. That item is calendared for March or what have you. And I know that where we come into challenges with that is if the item isn't ready and it doesn't get posted, and then the supervisors take heat because it didn't come forward in the time that was expected. Well, it's our job to let the constituents know that we're supporting staff, we're working with them to bring the item forward, and we'll update you when it comes forward in April, etc. I do know that our meetings, frankly, have not been very lengthy over the last year since we've moved towards cannabis. Following along the state guidelines, our meetings are much shorter than they have been in the past. And I do want for people, especially people that have driven long distances, to be able to have time to speak. I appreciate all of the options that you laid out here, Chair Hashak, and I think I was most interested in something like a 1 hour in the morning and then a timed 1:30 if there was something. I think 10 minutes is just much too short, and I even think that 30 minutes could be too short if it's a hot button item. But again, I don't think that public expression is the best place to make policy changes. I think that there are other ways to do that.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you to the chair for bringing this item forward. We heard comments definitely from the public around concerns around the exercising of this 10-minute limitation. And so I want us to acknowledge this new board being responsive and hearing the constituents' concerns. I'm not in favor of limiting public comment. It's our job to be receptive and hear individuals, and not only hearing them here at this board meeting, but meeting them where they're at. And so I also want to encourage my colleagues to have open office hours or just have other avenues for individuals to have their voices heard. I know several do, so I just want to stress that. And then I also want to express some concerns around if we do have a new rule implemented, I would not be in favor of having it be something that is exercised here or there. I think that could lead to some concerns from the public about when a rule is exercised or not. So if it's something that we do decide to move forward with, I would like to see us stick with it at all of our meetings consistently.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I too appreciate you bringing this back for discussion. I think, as Supervisor Williams mentioned, the last meeting was a good example of how the 10-minute rule can be, it doesn't always work. I know at the city we had some issues there for a while, and what we did is we gave 2 different time slots, one at the beginning of the meeting and the other one at the end. I think it was 30 minutes each, because not everybody could make the beginning of the meeting work or whatever issue. I think here's the same thing. We at the city, we may have had somebody drive in from Cleone or Simpson Lane to get to the meeting. Here you may have somebody trying to drive in from Whale Gulch or Piercy, and because they're number 7 in line, they don't get to talk on this item. So that's a big issue for me. What I would like to see, and another one later in the day. Wouldn't bother me if it was right after lunch or if it was at the end of the meeting, and just eliminate the 10-minute rule. I think squelching people because, their place in line, whether they're number 7 or number 8, is just the wrong way to go about it. I think people put too much time and effort into their public comment most of the time, and in the county's situation. They drive too far to be squelched once they get here. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay, so Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, could you give us the basis for why the rule is being implemented? What problem are we trying to solve?
Well, okay. So we have seen in the past where an agenda item or a conversation, expression about a certain topic could go on for hour, hour and a half. It could be negotiations, it could be Gaza, it could be, whatever the issue is. We've seen that happen. And so to create some efficiency for our meetings so we don't have staff, and the cost of having staff sit here for each hour. So, and we have had meetings that would go till 5:30, right? So we're just trying to figure out a way of being more efficient in that.
So my question stands. If we're going to hear all of the public expression, how is it more efficient? We have the same staff here whether we hear it at 9 o'clock or at 12 o'clock. The times where we've had a lot of public expression have been negotiations. I don't feel good about telling our employees who are here in the morning to speak, come back at the lunch hour. They have work schedules, right? There's other tasks that they need to be doing. I think we need to work around the public and our employees' availability to speak. And if it starts at 9 a.m., they know they're going to get here at 9. They're going to get in line. When they're done speaking, they can go on with their day. If they wait half hour, an hour to speak, and then we halt and say, you can come back at 12 o'clock, I mean, that's just breaking up their day. That's not making the county more efficient. So it would help me to understand the specific incidents. If we go back through past agendas, where was this a problem? Because if we have a specific problem, let's solve it. But to me, it's very abstract. It's a theoretical, this could be a problem. I actually haven't seen it. I've seen negotiations provide a lot of public expression, and I've seen cannabis when we haven't had cannabis on the agenda, and it's all been funneled into public expression, the frustration of the counties not giving a venue to hear it. And that problem has been solved with GGC and other outreach. So where specifically, where is it a problem?
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to address that because you were the chair last year?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I was just going to say, I think it's less, and I appreciate our clerk staff and our staff very, very much. But for me, it's less of when our staff is held waiting because they are planning on being here the full day. It's more when we have consultants or contracted services that are waiting, and we're paying somebody, an $80,000 contract, and then I'm just seeing dollar signs sitting out in the audience while we wait for them. Obviously, I do want our public to be heard, and I wonder if having specifically timed items could be more helpful. I know that's very challenging when items don't go as, sort of timed, but maybe in order to make sure that we are doing things efficiently with consultants or contracted services, we specifically time those in the afternoon. As Supervisor Williams said, if the rest of the meeting gets done earlier, then he can just hang out for a couple hours before he heads back over after, hearing from that consultant, that kind of thing. I understand the problem that you're trying to solve, Chair. I just think we need to figure out how to be efficient and also allow for public expression.
So I have seen quite a few instances where public expression does go on for a long time. And then, that we see, like Supervisor Mulherin said, dollar signs out there where we're burning through all this money. So, I go back to what Supervisor Norvell said. What if and there's no perfect scenario. I haven't found one yet that doesn't have pros and cons to it. But what if we started the meeting with a half an hour of public expression, and then if there's more than that, we come back at 1:30 or after lunch with more public expression. We don't have the 10-minute rule, and we just let everyone talk. And if it goes on past the 30 minutes, then we take that at the end of the meeting. Whatever, if we have to do. The problem with that certainly is that people might come expecting to talk at 9 o'clock. And then have to be pushed aside to 1:30. So Supervisor Williams.
So a different way to solve it is to have timed items. If we have an expensive consultant that's waiting in the room here, and we know that's going to be the case, we set a time, 2 o'clock. Wherever we are in the meeting, we pause. We have a timed item that we have to take up, and then we go back to the meeting. It's not very often that we have.
Well, we could do that.
It's not very often that we have expensive consultants on our agenda. The rare times that it comes up, have it as a timed item in the afternoon.
Well, what if they have to do it in the morning?
Timed item in the morning. 10 o'clock, and if public expression is going, you pause it. Whatever's happening in our meeting, you pause for the timed item. It's been noticed that at 10 o'clock, there's an item that will be heard. And then we resume as soon as it's over.
Yeah.
At least the public has awareness that there will be an interruption at that time for a timed item.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, to clarify my point, it wasn't an either or as far as the beginning of the meeting or lunch, or if you wanted to do it at the end of the meeting. I think having it scheduled on the agenda, that there's that option to speak at either time, allows people to plan. So if there's going to be a bunch of people showing up, people can plan to be here at 9. If they don't make the 9 or they get timed out, then they can come back at 12:30, or they can come back on their lunch or just plan to come on their lunch. So I think if you're going to look to limit the time at all, I think having it on the agenda scheduled for 2 time slots is probably more likely the best way to go.
Any further discussion? Okay. So, let's go to public comment and see if there's other bright ideas out there.
Hi, Hannah Nelson. I don't know if I have a bright idea or not, but a few important things to remember. One, if the consultant is working for you, then they can be here when you say. 2, the value of people who come and speak, the public, they're taking their time to drive here. That needs to be heavily weighed in. This is one of the few opportunities that they have. Of course, they can write, they can call their supervisors, but it's really not the same, and this is out in the public and an important feature, as you all have been discussing. I think that often the board does closed session items at lunchtime, and if you really want to respect people, particularly who work for a living, that maybe then the public expression could be during lunch, and your closed item with staff that is already here and being paid can be done at a different time. I certainly appreciate Supervisor Norville's idea about 2 time slots. I absolutely support the idea of timed items, but I don't think that it should be cherry-picked as to what's timed items. I think that there should be a liberal use of the idea of a timed item, even if you're not paying a consultant, because other people are coming and participating for an agendized item. So with respect to general expression for items not on the agenda, I like the idea of, a lunchtime thing so working people can participate, not just people who, like me, I work for myself, I'm lucky, but a lot of people don't. I take the time, come here, I'm not being paid by anybody to do that. So I really think that those things need to be considered. 2 separate times are great, but not at the end of the day, mainly because you don't know when the end of the day is. Thank you.
My name's David. Thank you, Chair. As far as the timed expression is concerned, I think usually what happens is if people take up a lot of time speaking during public expression about something that's not on the agenda, it usually happens because there is a reason for everyone gathering together to talk about that item at that time. Last year, for example, the union took up a lot of time here over, I think, several meetings during contract negotiations, and the union members stood up one after another, speaking to their personal considerations why they wanted a COLA. And if they would have been limited to 10 minutes, I think you would have made a lot of union members upset. As far as cannabis was concerned, at the beginning of this year, the first meeting, you know, the first meeting of the year when we have 2 new board members, people want to get up and say what they want, you know, to be heard for the rest of the year. It's sort of like setting the tone for what the community wants you to focus on for the coming term. And, you know, for example, when you decided to limit cannabis speak at 10 minutes in the January meeting, it caused a lot of chaos and a lot of disappointment. And you even let someone speak out of turn, unfortunately. But the reason people were here was because, you know, we had people wanting to speak on cannabis taxes, the problem with the density of dispensaries in Ukiah, the cultivation limits, the micro businesses. That's all cannabis, but that's like 5 different agenda items that you could have an ordinance surrounding. So if you're going to limit the discussion, say, for example, cannabis, that's really like sort of like a drag net that catches a lot of sea turtles and dolphins and stuff like that. It's like bycatch. And it eliminates people being able to come and bring some nuance to public expression where we would want you to consider in the future. One more minute. So I came in February to speak about the constitutionality, unconstitutionality of rule number 26 in the rules of procedure. And I spoke to all of you individually during that workshop in February. And I actually sent out several emails. This is regarding Ms. Mulheron's concept that public expression isn't the place to, you know, bring something forward if you want it to get on the agenda. And I think you're probably right, because I sent emails following up with 4 out of 5 of you thanking you for your discussion with me, and I only heard back from 2 of you, and it's not on the agenda. So I don't know how, you know, people are supposed to get something on the agenda unless they really rattle enough cages and get enough people behind them to make a point. So I disagree with the idea that we should cut any subject matter down to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Corinne Powell. I have sat through dozens of these meetings that went forever, and there was no timestamp on when things would be concluded or not. And it is very frustrating. So I sincerely support time limit in terms of when an issue will be discussed. I think that's very important for the community to arrive at the right time, be prepared at the right time, and have your attention at the right time. Once or twice a day, I'm open as long as there's more opportunity. And speaking to more opportunity, one of the frustrating things with our existent structure is when there is public discussion at the beginning of an item, and then there is significant staff and board interaction, that the public doesn't have the opportunity to bring back new information after the board has had their conversation. So if there is an opportunity to somehow include additional comments after more information has come to the board from staff, I think that would be also a helpful item. But thank you for all you do, all you want to do, and again, this is a year to look forward to cannabis change, and I hope you all have that as deep in your heart as we do. Thank you.
Hello again, Ellen Drell is my name. Thank you for bringing this issue up. I think it's really an important issue, and I want to say how much I appreciate hearing so many of the board members feel that the public needs to have the opportunity, the unfettered opportunity to express themselves. And obviously we all have an opportunity not to waste anybody's time. So, and changing the public expression time to maybe after lunch, as long as it was absolutely firm, may be a good solution. I don't know about splitting it up. I have to think about that. I actually kind of like the idea of disbanding the 10-minute rule altogether and let the public speak as often as possible. I mean, speak whatever they need, you know, whoever needs to speak, be allowed to speak, because probably beyond roads and safety, knowing what the public cares about is probably one of the more important aspects of your job there. Also, collaborating maybe more with the public to make sure that issues of concern to them do get agendized would help and answer some of the issues that were just raised about getting things on the agenda, because clearly that's a very good place to really thrash an issue out. And there's an opportunity for back and forth discussion with the supervisors, and the opportunity for what Corinne just mentioned, to invite the public to come back up and make a comment on what's been said. But basically, I want to thank you very much for taking this issue seriously, and I want to thank you very much for recognizing how important it is that the public have an easy opportunity to come down at a known time and to feel like they will be given a fair opportunity to speak. So thank you for grappling with this issue.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell. Supervisor Williams.
I move we keep public expression at the top of the meeting and we don't limit the number of speakers.
Oh. Let's hear the online comment.
First, we have Jenny Shattuck.
Hi there, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. A couple things. I watch from home because I'm disabled, but I really like it in the morning. It would be great, I'm sure, for some people to be able to be heard in the afternoon. But I don't think if somebody, which I have driven over there before because I want to say something in front of all 5 of you, because of the Brown Act. I know sometimes if I talk to, let's say, Bernie and he talks to Ted, you guys can't discuss it, but at least I'm saying it in front of all of you. And it's all on your radar, and it's not just in an email, which in the past, many emails went unanswered. I don't think there should be a time limit. If there's a timed item, make it in the afternoon. I remember watching these meetings and they would go past, 5 o'clock sometimes and have to continue on or be continued. But I think the people of this county elected you all to represent us and to hear what we have to say. And sometimes people think things are really important and want to bring it up. And I think it needs to be heard, whatever it is they want to say, because we're counting on you to listen to us and represent us. So thank you.
Okay. Any further comment?
Next, we have Anna Stockel.
Hello, thank you so much for addressing this long overdue item. It's challenging. People drive there, you hear comments, like people work from home, people can't drive there, and so there's a lot of accommodations that obviously have to be made, but the suggestions that I've heard are excellent, and I hope from the public comment, and I hope that you consider them. The idea of having comment twice a day is excellent. So 9 o'clock in the morning, and as the first public speaker suggested, at noon for the people who work. You guys are working, and I also work from home, so I'm a little bit flexible, but people aren't, and all those people out there paying minimum wage, getting minimum wage and paying taxes need to have the opportunity to call in at noon, and it has to be at noon. So if something's going on at 11:55, it's just going to have to be tabled until after public comment. Because that's a terrific suggestion, to accommodate people's schedules, depending, no matter what lifestyle they're trying to live here. And the other comments were excellent as well. So please do consider 9 a.m. and noon. Regarding the contractors, they don't, you guys should be able to work together so we can figure out a way that they don't sit around and are charging money to be sitting. And there was, I guess the other thing is, I want to fully support the idea of how to get things on the agenda more easily. And it seems like I've looked into it and it seems pretty difficult. And it would be nice if it were more clear and it were easier to get things on the agenda that the majority of people who participate are willing to participate would like to have discussed. And then finally, I beg you, please put the cannabis at the end of the calendar and not at the beginning, because that just, every single meeting, it goes on forever. And I know it's a concern of some people, but not everybody. And it just, that one just always goes on for so long. If you could put it as the last item in agenda item 4, I think that would be really helpful. And thank you for listening. And Chair Hashchak, thank you for taking my comment earlier.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have Sarah Bodner.
Hi, good morning. This is Sarah Bodner. I am a resident of Mendocino, and I would strongly urge you to keep public expression at 9 a.m. at the top of the morning and not impose any time limits. I think that it's really hard to get engagement from the elected, those that elected you. It's hard to get the community to show up, and having consistency and certainty about when they can be heard is important. For those of us who live on the coast, it does make an early morning, but we also know that public expression is going to happen at a set time, and the meetings have a way of getting away with themselves. And so what is planned to be after lunch could end up happening at 4 o'clock. And I just think that doesn't respect people's times and the geographic spread of our county to put it off till later and then maybe run out of time altogether for public expression. And I just want to make a comment about democracy and trust in government overall. I think these are really uncertain times. There's a lot of big changes happening at the federal level. And the way we can build trust in government locally is by giving people a chance to be heard by the electeds. And we don't have a lot of opportunities to speak to all 5 of you in the same room at the same time. And I think that if a topic starts to run long, then that's really valuable feedback that it needs to be taken up as a formal agenda item. And so you benefit from that more than you lose. And I think this is a time to foster more civic engagement, not less. Thank you.
Okay, any further comment?
Seeing none.
All right, we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Do you want me to repeat the motion?
Yes.
I move we keep public expression at the top of the meeting and we not limit the speakers.
I'll second.
Okay, so that's been the motion. I'll just speak to that. And, I do think that for the efficiency of the meeting, it would be good to have the chair have discussions with the clerk of the board and see if we can do some of the timed items. But also, I do feel like having the public expression at a time certain, such as after lunch, would be a more effective way of dealing with this. And we could have it as long as we wanted after lunch. And that would give people from the coast time to get here, and people who were, at lunch, could do it right after their lunchtime. But, I worry about people trying to get here at 9 o'clock from 2 hours away. So that was kind of my thinking on that too. Okay. So we do have a motion and
I have a question for Supervisor Williams. When you said not limit the public, are you talking just the 10-minute or public expression at all being timed?
3 minutes per speaker, and we listen to every speaker.
Thank you.
These are the people we represent. So, and I want to add on, the idea of having 2 slots, that creates a dynamic where you're going to have some of the people who spoke at the first slot come back at the second. And the chair is going to have to tell them they've already spoken. There will be counter arguments that something came up in the meeting that they want to discuss that hadn't yet been surfaced. I want to try to mitigate that. And so I think splitting and having 2 different times opens the gate to conflict that doesn't need to exist.
Right, and that's why I proposed just doing it after lunch. All right. So we have a motion, we have a second. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I thank you for your answer. I would agree with Supervisor Williams. My idea of at lunch was just to split the time, but I think if we do it at 9 o'clock, everybody knows it's 9 o'clock. We don't, we limit it to 3 minutes per and not limit the number. I think we'll probably find that it's going to be okay. And, worst case, if things start to go off the rails, we can always come back and revisit this.
Okay. Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Chair. I know we have a motion on the floor. I think one of the, I'm absolutely happy to hear public expression. I think one of the issues that this doesn't really solve is that if someone comes multiple times to public expression and addresses the same issue. So again, no supervisor is saying, I'm going to take up this issue, or we would. So it's sort of like a non-answer is an answer, or we need to provide them with more information about when a meeting will be held. If you're interested in cannabis economic development, that meeting will be March 27th. So I think I understand we're just like focused on one topic, but that I don't think that really solves the community's issues when they don't understand why the item they keep bringing forward isn't becoming an agenda item. They feel unheard, but no supervisors are wanting to take up that item. In the past, there have been speakers that I personally have thought that is a good agenda item. I would like to bring that forward, but there's no process here at the county where they leave their contact information. So I think the sign up form in the back where they can leave contact information, and they could say if there are any supervisors that want to work on with me, my cell phone number and email are in the back or something like that. So I think there's still a communication gap and a process gap with the constituents about how items come forward.
Just the last comment. It sounds like the board doesn't want to have the 10-minute limit. We want everyone to be able to fully express themselves. At the same time, I think there is a concern about the timing of it. So I would like the ability to work with the clerk of the board with that timing and make sure that everyone knows when we're going to have public expression.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So that's not part of my motion. I'm worried that we're focused on, county government is focused on making the meeting efficient for county government. And democracy may not always be efficient. Listening to people speak, not knowing how many will show up, creates a little bit of inefficiency, but that's also democracy in action. So if I have to choose between hearing people who've driven 3 hours, from the South Coast, maybe 4 hours, or having the meeting flow as we anticipated, well, I'm going to favor listening to the public. They drove all the way here to speak. And then the idea of shifting the time, where we've had substantial public comment has been our employees speaking and their union representatives speaking during negotiation times. We're not in negotiations right now. It'll be a while before we have that dynamic again. I don't want to tell those employees that they need to come at noon. A lot of them are here in the morning because they can speak before they get on with their tasks. They may be somewhere else in the county performing work. The idea of saying, hey, you can come back at noon to speak to us, kind of feels like a slap in the face to people who work for us. So I understand the intent. I support being efficient. We should be looking for efficiencies. I don't know if the cost-benefit analysis here is justifying efficiency over democracy.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate those. I would just think that if a person's driving 3 or 4 hours from the South Coast, I would think the supervisor from the 5th District would be concerned about them leaving at 5 in the morning and driving over icy roads. So anyway, with that, we will we'll call the question.
The motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
Okay, so we are going to take a break now for till 11:15.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding establishing a new use type of transient habitation, low-intensity camping for the inland area. Right, so I'm going to look to Director Krog for introducing this item.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So as stated, this item is to seek direction and have discussion with the board regarding possibly establishing a new use type of transient habitation, low-intensity camping, which would allow a limited number of short-term commercial campsites on properties within the inland areas of the county. So that would be areas subject to Title 20 Division 1 of County Code, not the coastal zone areas at this time. We sought preliminary direction from the County Planning Commission on November 7th, 2024, and now we are before the board here seeking direction from you. After we receive direction from the board, we'll then proceed with stakeholder and public meetings to discuss some of the policy direction that we receive from the board and solicit their feedback. So that way when we come forward with any draft regulations, we'll be able to share with the board some of that preliminary feedback that we received from the public with some of those concepts. So the board had previously provided direction to our office on this type of use type as part of the Inland Zoning Code update. And as you are aware, it ultimately was decided to not adopt regulations for this use type as part of the Inland Zoning Code update, which was approved by the board in September of 2024. And instead, the board directed that staff come back with a subsequent amendment to address this use type specifically. Included in the memorandum are the reasons why the Planning Commission had originally recommended not to include adoption of these regulations as part of the Inland Zoning Code update. I won't rehash those, but those are there for your reference. At the November 7th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, the Commission discussed general thoughts and concerns surrounding the topic. They took public comment on the item, and they really expressed a strong desire to see robust public participation as part of crafting any regulations for this use type, because it is a new use type activity, and they foresaw potential impacts on communities and neighborhoods as a result. During the meeting, the Commission had, many diverse opinions, but there was also some very clear areas of overlap. So I identified 5, which I've included in the memo. The first being that the Commission believed that different regulations should be established for areas proximate to the coastal zone that are subject to the inland zoning regulations. And they made a couple suggestions about what those distances should be as measured from the coastal bluff. And we'll talk about that in some of the examples as we get further into some of the direction we're hoping to receive from the board today. They had originally suggested potentially 5 miles, 7 miles, or using the Mendocino range. The second item was that they believed that an on-site host was critical to address any potential nuisance concerns associated with this land use activity. The third, that quiet hours would need to be established to address potential noise nuisances. The fourth, that special consideration shall be given to properties that are under Williamson Act contracts in establishing any regulations. And the fifth was a desire to see that no accessible bathrooms be required. However, we did note to the Commission at that time that we'd have to look into it further because there really may not be flexibility on that based upon state, federal, and local laws surrounding accessibility. In addition to those areas of agreement, the Commission had several concerns and comments that were not necessarily shared by a majority of them, but we did include that bulleted list, and I'll just quickly run through those. Traffic and transportation impacts on local roads and state highways, intensity and density of campgrounds on the coast, requiring more robust permitting process if located on a private road, notification to neighbors if located on a private road, the impact on fire insurance policies, both where campsite is located and also to adjacent landowners, general fire risk, nuisance to neighbors from noise such as barking dogs, car doors slamming, music, generators, etc. They wish to see, some of the commissioners wish to see exclusion of residentially zoned properties or limiting the number of campsites on those properties, and then ensuring solid waste removal from the site. So now for the requested direction from the board, and this begins on page 2 of the staff memorandum that was prepared for this item. I've outlined essentially 11 topic areas to walk through with the board, seeking specific direction on those categories, but then of course welcoming any other direction that the board may have to provide on this topic. So if it would be acceptable to the chair, I think it would be great to just sort of walk through each one of these and potentially get comments as we move through each one of those topic areas from the board members. Or if you'd like, I can run through all of them real quick and then we can hear generalized comments.
No, I think one by one.
Okay, great. So then we'll start with the first one. So the first request for direction from staff is, does the board desire to see separate regulations established for areas proximate to the coastal zone that are subject to the inland zoning regulations? And I'll just add here that there is an attachment A in the packet, which is a map. And my staff prepared this, and shown on that map are 3 different options for your consideration of a potential buffer from the coastal bluff. So the first is a 4-mile boundary from the coastal bluff, the second is a 7-mile boundary, and the third is a roadshed boundary. And the roadshed I actually think is a really great potential option to look at, because this is really mapping roadways, the sort of area where different roads and properties, how they access those areas. So, all the areas shown as proximate to the coastal zone boundary, all of those roads, those, side roads, county roads, private roads, they all funnel down to State Highway 1. So it's really showing you kind of how traffic flows within this area. So I'll leave it there and look to any direction from the board on that topic.
All right, so before we start commenting on this, these are just preliminary comments, and we'll certainly get public comment after we go through this. And there's certainly other options. You know, we've gotten a lot of communication on this issue from both sides and all sides and various concerns, and I think that we're all recognizing that there are a lot of concerns out there. So, and there's also other options that we could go for pilot programs or other, more defined scope of this whole project before buying into the whole thing, right? So with that, we'll start off with comments on number 1. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so Chair, it's hard for me to get my comments into any one of these specific categories. For example, should not the coastal zone, but inland zoning code close to the coast have different rules? Well, it depends on what rules we establish for inland. Until we see those, we don't know if we may need something different on the coast. So it seems like it's all tangled together, and it's hard for me to pull out the separate items. I think I was the first supervisor to mention hip camp and this concept in a board meeting, and it was because at the time I discovered there were over almost 500 operating in the county that had been operating for years. My first thought was seeing a photo of one of these sites, no clearing, a trailer, a fire pit, and a hole in the ground as a restroom. What could go wrong? If we have a fire on one of these hip camps get out of control, we may lose a whole community. We need to regulate this or shut it down. And I think the board talked about shutting it down, and then the county as a whole quickly realized that when you have 300 to 500 of these, is it realistic to go out there and shut it down? Probably not. It'll just continue. And so if we set a policy and we have regulation, we may prevent a fire that takes out a community. But it may also facilitate more campsites getting set up that could cause that risk. If we do nothing, we have that risk because these are operating without any oversight, no fire department signing off on the clearance or the access road. So I'm hearing from both sides. It seems very divisive. I think our process may not be ideal. We're jumping into specifics without bringing the public up to speed on this. Has been going on for a long time, maybe 5 years now, 6 years. I don't know how many calls for service. I asked staff some questions in advance. That's our new procedure. Do we have a map of where these existing sites are? I don't think they have that work done yet, but I think for our discussion, that would be useful. Have we involved the sheriff? Because I imagine the sheriff will be providing the response. Essentially, Sheriff Kendall will be a park ranger because code enforcement isn't staffed around the clock. And when the call comes in at 2 in the morning, who else is going to go but law enforcement? We need to involve the sheriff in the process for whatever rules we're setting. Maybe that means it's not all 3,800 square miles. Maybe it's some smaller subset of the county that we think we could actually monitor and enforce as a trial program instead of everywhere all at once. So these are kind of out of order. And then the last I'm going to bring up is the insurance risk. If we have campgrounds in residential neighborhoods, does that mean the insurability of the existing residential parcels will be more difficult? I don't know the answer, but I think the public has strong feelings about that, and if this could affect insurance eligibility, we're going to have more opposition. Chair, hearing these concerns, how would you like me to fit my comments in with the 11 proposed bullet points?
Well, let's turn it back to Julia Krog. And do you have, we could go down the list. That's what I thought we were going to do. But certainly those concerns, do you have an idea?
Perhaps if the board would like to, you can maybe each supervisor talk about what your general thoughts are on the topic, and then we can try to zero in on some of these topic areas. This was really meant to provide for discussion purposes to try to guide some of the discussion. So I'm really happy to take any direction that the board may have.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so the question was, does the board desire to have separate regulations established for areas proximate to the coastal zone that are subject to the inland zoning regulations? I think yes, absolutely. Maybe a different word instead of separate regulations would be separate considerations. I think the planning commissioners representing the fourth and the fifth did a really good job of arguing the coast point. And, you know, some of those were between the fourth and the fifth, there's already 1,500 legal campsites on the coast. There's 1,000 in the fourth and close to 500 in the fifth. And, you know, are we getting close or are we already at capacity? So I think that yes, absolutely, we need to have some sort of separate consideration for these areas over on the coast that still fall into the inland district.
Supervisor Mulherin.
So I've been on the board for 4 years, and I'm ready to discuss these topics and prepared. I read all of the comments that have come in. I've read comments in the past, and I've watched the planning commission meetings. So I just wanted to say I'm prepared to discuss the 11 items that staff laid out for us. I think it's important that we come prepared to have these conversations so that the constituents know which direction the board wants to go. I mean, the last question is, do we have suggestions for outreach for planning and building? And I wrote down, blame it on the board, because this is our job as policymakers to decide what kind of expectations we're setting forward. It's not the planning commission's job to create this policy. They're doing a very good job of trying to navigate the concerns of the public and incorporate all of that feedback, but this is our job. So when I reviewed the document as to question number 1, yes, I do believe that we need to have separate considerations. And, you know, whether it was 4 or 7 miles, I wasn't unclear about which was best. And I think that following the roadshed boundary is something that could be logical to the majority of homeowners, to future staff. So that was sort of where I was landing.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I think I'll keep my comments at this point brief because I am looking forward to us going kind of point by point, but I'm generally supportive of us having this this new ordinance. This is already happening in our county. We want people to come under compliance and have it be straightforward and clear. In watching the Planning Commission conversations, I was concerned that things were getting a little too in the weeds and becoming so complicated that everyday people who are just trying to have tourism or recreational access on larger pieces of property would not be able to do so. And so those are my my concerns today, is having something that's clear and accessible to the general public.
And I think that one of the things that we've heard is that you know, this is happening throughout the county. And so how do we get compliance to some of the basic rules that we want to see? And certainly there's lots of concern about, you know, neighbors feeling like their neighborhood might be inundated with these campers. They aren't we're not trying to transplant homeless encampments to their property, you know, neighbor's property or anywhere, anything like that. It's people who want to camp, and it's happening. And so, how do we regulate it to a degree? And so, with, like Supervisor Mulherin said, we've been dealing with this for a long time. We should be ready to give more direction. And so, I would say, yeah, the roadshed boundary certainly makes sense to me on number 1. You know, because I did listen to the Planning Commission meetings. I've read all the comments, and I think the concerns on the coast are much more exaggerated in a bad way, but they're much more intense than the ones inland. Inland people are looking at, you know, they have concerns certainly about fire and everything, but they're looking at it as an opportunity too for some economic development. So the coast is looking at it like there's other issues involved. So I would say the roadshed boundary seems reasonable. Supervisor Williams.
I agree on the roadshed boundaries.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, before we move into the list of questions, I had a question for Supervisor Williams since he brought up fire insurance. Did you find anything in your research around an increase in fire insurance cancellations or cost in the other areas that have already adopted low-intensity camping?
I haven't, but insurability is largely related to the ISO rating of a fire district and the wildfire severity map. And then the insurance companies keep track of how many houses have been lost, right? So I didn't find anything direct, but the idea of campers out there having warming fires and cook fires strikes me as a variable that could influence eligibility. And if I could, it sounds like there's strong support that this will be passed. It's just a question of how we're going to regulate it. Is that fair? I want to be open here about I hear the coast has more concern. I think Norvell and Williams are kind of on the fence about what to do with the situation. Maybe Norvell is more against it. If there's strong support and this is going to go forward and our focus is on how to regulate it, I think that helps, that guides me.
So, yeah, and do we want to do a straw poll right now?
Yes, I am in support of low-intensity transient camping with regulations.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
So my concern here is, we're opening up a can of worms that I'm not sure that we can police. We've gotten plenty of comment from the fire personnel that this is going to be an issue from them. I've had a conversation with the sheriff. I think Supervisor Williams made the point he's going to turn into a park ranger because after 5 o'clock, they're going to get the calls. So I think I would be against it, but I came here to compromise because watching the Planning Commission, I think it's going to probably be at least a 3-2 for it. So I'm looking to protect the coast because I'm not sure overwhelmingly that they want it. So I would just ask that when we go down this list and we give direction on how we want to see this play out, that we keep in mind that our fire personnel and our public safety are probably going to have a lot of issues with how they're going to deal with this once we do.
All right. Supervisor Klein.
I'm generally supportive of this opportunity for economic development for our county, and I think yes, there have been a lot of concerns, particularly from the coastal areas. There have been also concerns inland as well. I hear those and acknowledge them, and I want to work to address them through a well-crafted policy. But overall, I see this as something that we should do.
And Supervisor Williams.
I have constituents with strong feelings in favor and against. And from everything I've heard, my concern is if it's going to happen, I want to make sure that we mitigate the fire risk, we mitigate the nuisance on neighborhoods, that we talk about how the rules are going to be enforced. We don't just leave it to the sheriff. He's not in the room, and I think his people are going to get called, which means that they're being called away from other situations. So that drain on the emergency response, I think, should be one of the items. Maybe that's number 12, is to consult with the sheriff. Yeah, I mean, same answer as Norvell. I'm ready to compromise.
If I may just comment on Supervisor Williams, I spoke with the sheriff just before this meeting. He had a conflicting meeting, but I think he does have comment, and him and I have talked about having further discussions. So he did want to express that to the board, that he is going to have some concerns and comments and considerations for the board as well.
And will he be working directly with you or your office?
Yes.
Okay. That works for me.
Supervisor Norvell. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and I think that this process is to look at all those concerns and try to address them and look at the overall cost to the county. But the reality is it's something that's happening, and I think we're better off if we can regulate it than unregulate it. So it sounds like there's a majority looking to work on this project.
So, Chair? Can I give a more qualified answer for number one? The answer is yes, the boundary from Coastal Bluff. The distance, I think we need more public outreach to see how the coastal communities feel about that line.
I completely agree. The idea was to sort of get initial board sort of support on whether or not you support doing this sort of separate regulation, and then having discussions with the community with some of the mapping that we have available already, and possibly other alternatives if they have suggestions, to really get their feedback on what they think is most appropriate.
Well, and whatever we tell you or give direction at this point is up for changing. And certainly we're going to do outreach. We're going to go to the supervisorial districts and hear what the concerns are. And that will be brought back to the Planning Commission and then brought back to the board. So there's this is just part of the process, but it's kind of like, in what direction do we want planning and building to kind of look at and see where the issues are? Okay. Are you good with number one?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Number two.
So number two is inquiring with the board if there's certain zoning districts that you believe should be just, outright excluded from consideration for this type of land use activity. So I included attachment B in the packet, which is a table from our inland zoning code, which just has listed all of the zoning districts within there, and generally what type of district it's considered to be. So you have your agricultural and resource conservation zoning districts, residential zoning districts, mixed-use zoning districts, commercial zoning districts, industrial, and then public and quasi-public zoning districts. So again, just looking for your initial feedback if there's any districts that you think should just be outright off the table, or if there's a certain district that you think we should really focus this type of activity into.
Well, if we look at a pilot program, then maybe we could focus on just a few districts, such as ag land.
A question for Chair or the department.
Yes.
So if we have an estimated 500 existing campsites, has there been any research, or I suppose they already exist in rural residential? They already exist in all of the zones, is my guess. Is that something we've looked into?
So thank you for that question, Julia Krog. It's a challenging, I can't attest to the number of campsites that would be falling under these regulations, because there's numerous different platforms, and they often will not tell you the exact location of where a campsite is located until you've actually booked it. And then in addition, some of these platforms allow you to list things that would be maybe in, say, like a state park or a fully permitted campground facility that's already legally existing, or even other visitor serving facilities, such as, dude ranches or guest ranches, things like that may have units available. So, there can be sort of getting the crude number of just looking how many are available in the county, which I think is the number that Supervisor Williams was speaking to. Because they're unregulated, it's very difficult for us to know where these are currently operating. We can't pull data from county. And we can reach out to some of these platforms to see if we can obtain some data. Often you only get a certain amount of precise data without entering into a contract with that company.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, when I reviewed the table, I was initially thinking, ag and resource conservation lands make the most sense if we're talking about camping experience that we want to offer visitors. But because I don't want to use the technical term wonky, but because Mendocino County zoning was literally done in the 80s by somebody that drove around and decided what zones were where, I don't think that our existing zoning is like the best way to decide where people might want to camp in the future. So as I reviewed the table, I was leaning more towards making permits or business licenses more accessible in ag or resource lands, and then having a more strenuous process. I don't want to say strenuous, more appropriate process for things that are in residential areas. Because some residential areas might actually be very good places for a small campsite. And then they could be reviewed on a one-by-one basis depending on what the actual plan looked like.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a high five to my colleague for the critique of zoning code in this county. In some corners of the county, it looks appropriate, but then you scroll over a little bit and it just looks chaotic. What was this? And my fear is, without knowing where the 300 or so are today, we may pick zoning codes and find that most of the existing can't come into compliance. We've been through that with cannabis. When they can't come into compliance, what will they do? Do you think they're going to sell and buy a different home in an area where it has the right zoning to do this hip camp they want to do in their backyard? Probably not. They're probably going to continue with it. This county is known for outlaw activity. I think the goal here is to bring people into compliance so that we have some safety around the regulation. So I couldn't decide what zoning is appropriate without knowing where these are already happening. Hence the question, can we get a map of the existing?
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'll echo my colleagues' comments. I actually, instead of, originally my thoughts around this were, in favor of more of the agricultural and resource based zoning districts. That being said, there are complications with our zoning, and I'd be more in favor of a minimum parcel size, maybe something around 10 acres, just as a starting point for looking at what already exists. And then I know this is jumping to a different question, as is probably going to happen in this conversation, but something that did come across my mind was a potential survey for those with an existing hip camp and allowing them to share their information with us, where they're operating, their address, so that we can look up the zoning of what's already existing within the county.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I do agree with Supervisors Williams and Klein and Mulhern about the zoning maps is an issue, but my initial instinct is, my concern is for the residential zonings, putting them in there. If you have a home on, say, a 5-acre lot, you're allowed an ADU and then a JDU, and you're allowed 5 or 10 campsites. When is that property no longer considered residential, and you've stuck a commercial property in the middle of a residential neighborhood? So my big concern is placing them into residential districts.
Yeah, and I heard during the Planning Commission discussions that there were some areas that were in residential with, a couple acres that were appropriate, and then there's others that were on 10, 20 acres that weren't appropriate. So I think that this is going to have to be, we need a lot more information on it.
And if I may, I'll just note that I think what I have been hearing through the discussions with the Planning Commission, public comments as well, I think we're going to ultimately be looking at almost like a matrix table within any regulations that'll have, similar to what we've seen in some of the cannabis regulations, where you're going to have the different zoning districts, the number of campsites available, and what level of permitting is required as part of that. So I think just trying, my goal today is to get some of your initial thoughts on this. So in talking with the public, we can say, generally the board had concerns about locating these types of uses in residential neighborhoods and soliciting their feedback on that as well.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and as we have this discussion today, can we hear the director's recommendation, because she's most versed in county code and probably the best sense of, from a planning perspective, of what's appropriate. If you don't think we're making a good decision, will you let us know?
Absolutely. And so then if I'll weigh in on the zoning districts aspect, I will say I was just recently at the California County Planning Directors Conference and talked with other planning directors that have pursued this regulation. And many of them really limited it to just their agricultural zones, really not wanting to see it move into those residential neighborhoods. And there is a couple groups that are still working on their regulations and toying with pilot programs, things like that as well. So I think that, focusing it primarily in agricultural and resource districts will address a lot of those potential nuisance concerns. But I think also there are, certainly I am aware that there are sites that are in residentially zoned areas right now. So that is something that the board will have to take into consideration, that you will be building in sites that are operating now without the benefit of permits that are not going to be able to continue forward then. So it will be a trade-off for this board to consider.
Okay. Moving on to number 3.
Well, this dovetails nicely into Supervisor Klein's comments. So does the board desire to have a minimum parcel size requirement? For example, not allow for campsites on parcels less than 1 acre in size? And really, this could be, you know, any number that the board may seem is suitable, or even thinking about, you know, do we allow 1 campsite if you're on a parcel of 5 acres or more, and then possibly more if you're a larger acreage parcel. And that's what I've seen done in several other counties, that the number of campsites you're allowed to have goes up as you have larger acreage. So essentially potentially reducing those nuisance impacts on adjacent property owners because you're on a larger acreage, bigger buffer. So.
Right. Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'll echo, or I'll give my support for Director Krog's comments about some sort of sliding scale. I think it's appropriate to allow a few more campsites if there's a large enough parcel size, and then I'm also open to a base parcel size, maybe 5 acres, and look to my colleagues for their thoughts.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I also, as we're talking about how many campsites, want to look at a sliding scale of how many campsites for larger acreage. When I thought about what the minimum limit should be, I really was thinking about an equity issue, and for people being able to earn a little bit of an additional income, especially if they have previously had a cannabis property or a vineyard property where they're no longer selling their grapes, things like that. And it seemed to me, again, that maybe the regulations, if you own 40 acres on ag land, you have a more streamlined process than the person that owns an acre. And I don't want to price them out of it through fees, but I also want to make sure that their neighborhood issues are being addressed through the permitting process. And again, somebody may own an acre and have 2 neighbors that each own 40 acres and will not be affected by them having a hip campsite at all. So Mendocino County's zoning is really just too fluid, I feel like, to put properties into a cage on this one.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the idea of a minimum parcel size is an absolute must. To say a 1 acre size, I think of somebody out like Pudding Creek, where you start to get to the S turns. Before the S turns, I believe it's all 1 acre. Past the S turn, I think it's minimum 5 acre. I lived out there, and I just can't imagine somebody having 5 or 10 campsites on a parcel out there. So for me, I think the parcel minimum would be somewhere around the 10 acre piece.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree on the concept. I was going to say maybe starting 1 campsite on 10 acres. But I hear Supervisor Mulhern with the equity concern. I certainly, you can't have multiple. I mean, on a 1 acre or 5 acre, you can't have 10. I don't think you could have 5. 2 seems like a lot. We're trying to balance economic freedom with the rights of the neighbors that are on the other side of the property line. And imagine if they look out their window and they see somebody camped right up against the edge of their property making noise. That's a taking from them. So I think we do need minimum sizes. I think question 7 is tied to this, the setbacks. Almost more important than the minimum size is how many feet is it from the nearest neighbor? And every parcel is a different shape, and there's contours of the land, forested versus open. It looks like it has to be more of a subjective, like use permit style discussion about, is this appropriate? Is it affecting the neighbor? Because I can think of some 10 acre parcels where it would be really inappropriate. And there's probably other 10-acre parcels that are wooded and have contours of the land where the neighbors wouldn't be as impacted. Any thoughts on how do we put down just a number here? And I've seen the free camping elsewhere in the world, and I went back and looked up the numbers. In France, it's 500 meters. In Norway, it's 150 meters. Their style is not permitted camping, right? It's freestyle. You can camp wherever you want, but keep this distance back from a dwelling. So that's about minimum 450 feet. I can't imagine us allowing a campsite 50 feet from another neighbor's dwelling. Even 100 is too close. What do we think is the appropriate number?
If I may, I can just add a little perspective that Santa Barbara County's setback requirement is 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet. There you go. I can see somebody 1,000 feet from me having a minimal impact. I'm still going to wonder who is this. Different people coming different times. It's not the same as in a residential neighborhood knowing my neighbors. But I personally could live with 1,000 feet. I couldn't live with 100 feet. That would drive me crazy.
And if I may, on the minimum parcel size requirement as well, I think what I plan to is just solicit the board's input on this and then really discuss that with the public as well if they have any suggestions on what are appropriate minimum parcel sizes for this type of activity. So don't feel like you're being locked into a specific number at this time, because I'm sure there'll be a lot more discussion happening on those points.
What's your recommendation on distance?
Well, on distance, I would probably be on the side of Santa Barbara County and being the most protective to adjacent properties. So looking at 1,000 feet and, possibly like we've seen with some other development within the county, the ability for somebody to maybe go through a discretionary permit process if they need to have that setback be less than 1,000 feet.
So 1,000, a 10-acre parcel, assuming it's more or less square, is about 660.
Mm-hmm.
So 1,000, you're not going to fit one on a 10-acre parcel. You're talking about a 40-acre parcel to get that setback, depending on where the neighbors have built, how close they are to their line. Is that accurate?
Well, it really depends where the development is existing between the various properties.
Assuming 10-acre parcels and they both built in the center of their parcel, they wouldn't be eligible under the 1,000 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I do think that, I've seen the matrix that I think the Planning Commission was dealing with earlier.
Yeah, that was under the previous sort of iteration of the inland zoning code when we were discussing it at that time.
But I do think that some kind of matrix like that would need to be with this ordinance. Okay, Supervisor Klein. Oh, okay, moving on to number 4.
Okay, so number 4 is whether or not the board desires to have a cap on the number of campsites that are allowed on any one parcel. So I'll just, say that I understand doing a sliding scale based upon parcel size, but is there like an absolute maximum that the board would want to see, such as no more than 9 on, if you had, we'll go for the extreme, saying like 160-acre parcel, since that's the largest sort of minimum parcel size we have under our zoning. Is there a limit, like upper end limit, that the board wants to cap this at?
Well, I thought that the limit was 9 for this low intensity camping.
That was what was proposed under the inland zoning code. So I'm just looking to affirm with the board what that cap is, or if it should be less than 9. And I think that was some of the commentary we heard at the Planning Commission, that they thought just 9 on any one parcel was too much.
Yeah, that's possible. Okay. So Supervisor Klein.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it depends. If it's a 600-acre parcel where grapes are being grown, and they want to have 9 campsites, I think that's low impact, that's compatible. But if you're talking about putting 9 in a residential neighborhood on one parcel, I think that's impacting the neighbors. So I'm with John on, I think we need that matrix of the zoning, the size of the parcel, the setback, and then from that information we can derive how many sites are reasonable.
Right. That seems like the approach that the Planning Commission was looking at, and that seems reasonable to me.
I believe that 9 is appropriate on some of the larger parcels, but that's going to be probably a very limited number of perfect scenarios.
Okay. Moving on to number 5.
Sorry, there was this update trying to happen on the computer here. So number 5, does the board desire to have a cap on the number of campsites allowed within the areas subject to the inland zoning code? So I will note that such as when we adopted accessory dwelling unit regulations in the coastal zone, there was a cap placed on the number of accessory dwelling units that we could develop within the coastal zone. That cap was something that was because of not having a traffic study to support the ADU development that the commission was comfortable with moving forward. So I wanted to see if the board has a desire to have a cap overall on the number of campsites that could be developed as low-intensity camping. Obviously, if the board does desire to have that, there'll be a lot more discussions that would need to happen about how that plays out, when we hit the cap and how we work through if people discontinue the use, things like that, but just generally if that's a desire of the board.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I would agree that we do need to have a cap. I think it goes back to my comment earlier about opening up a can of worms, and what can we police? I think this is where public safety, the sheriff and the fire are going to come in and tell us, yes, if you're going to go ahead and do this, this is the number where things are going to get out of control and we're not going to be able to police it.
Okay, Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. So I understand and I hear the concerns, but we have to remember that these properties already exist. And so we have to take that into consideration as we move forward. And for me, when I was thinking about this whole list of questions, I was thinking about what private property owners' rights are, what their abilities to generate income on their own property could be, and again, as an equity issue. If we say a limit of 500 and somebody doesn't have the money together to apply for the permit and would have been 501, I'm not comfortable limiting that. So I think I don't personally want to see a cap on the number of campsites. And again, when you look at the cannabis regulations, there was a lot of call for limiting the number of applications, yet we saw that half of the applicants didn't even make it through the process. And I have a feeling that because low intensity camping, just like short-term rentals, is a trending current method of travel, it doesn't mean it always will be. And so I'm not as concerned about limiting the cap across the county or even in certain areas. I think if it got to a place where we're so overwhelmed with the number of permits and the number of people, that might actually probably be a good problem to have. And I don't anticipate we're going to get there.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't think caps are conceptually a good idea. Did you say there's only a certain number of restaurants allowed in the unincorporated, or only a certain number of piano instructors? It's very arbitrary. I think that market forces will balance it. And if every parcel in this county had a campsite, it'd probably cost a couple dollars to rent one. So just the supply and demand. I am with Supervisor Mulhern on, there's already somewhere between 300 and 500, we think. Priority should be getting them into compliance. If we had to phase this, where first phase is to not open up new opportunity, but just get the existing into compliance, I could live with that. The counter argument is these are people who broke the rules and they're getting a benefit over people who have been following zoning and permitting. I don't know if that's right either.
Well, and if I may, I'll just comment that generally when you're creating regulations, you want to create the right regulations, and I understand there are people operating out there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be able to permit all of those operators that are out there, because perhaps those locations are really just not suitable locations for this type of activity. So that's the challenge with land use regulation, especially if folks are doing it without the benefit of permits or before there's a regulation in place. They may not be regulated or be able to fit underneath the regulatory scheme, and it really just may be because it is too much of a nuisance to those adjacent landowners. So it'll be something that the board will have to grapple with as we keep moving forward.
We agreed. Do you have any follow-up thoughts on how we might be able to ascertain how many of the existing would be able to comply with the rules we're putting in place?
I think I'll do some outreach to some of the platforms that I'm aware of. I don't know of all the platforms that are available that people may be using for this type, and see if I can collect any data from them to inform where these locations are, and then hopefully if it's something available for our GIS team to be able to map those.
So as far as the overall limit or some kind of cap, I guess I would be willing to look at it, especially, from what I've heard from the coastal commissioners, that there is concern about the intensity of the, low intensity camping in their neighborhoods. So I would entertain that, but I'd really like to look at a pilot program for a specific area or a designation of land use, where we could see what the implications are first. Okay, moving on to number 6.
Yes, so this was something that really came from the Planning Commission's discussion. So does the board desire to have an on-site host requirement? And essentially this would mean that a dwelling unit on the property would need to be occupied by a designated host. This is a big topic that has come up through the Planning Commission comments, and I think primarily really focused at having somebody on site would reduce nuisance concerns, because somebody's not going to let people have, a raging loud party in their backyard where it would disrupt them as well. I think there's some considerations there for the board.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support it. I think there should be a host present at all times while there are campers. We should have the contact information so that when the county receives a call, when the sheriff receives a call, that should be the first place we go. We call the host and ask, what's going on? Can you remedy it so that we don't have to send a resource from far away?
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I agree as well, mainly for the reasons that the Ms. Krog has laid out, that this could help mitigate some of these after-hour calls.
Yeah, and certainly the Planning Commission looked at that, and that seemed like one of the things that was people were in agreement on, that every successful program has that on-site presence. Okay, moving on to number 7.
So number 7, and we've talked about this a little bit, does the board desire to have a minimum setback standard between campsites and either adjacent properties or dwellings beyond the standard zoning setbacks? So for our standard zoning setbacks, the furthest setback is 50 feet, and that's for our larger acreage properties. So I think we've heard a couple numbers already discussed, and it sounds like perhaps the board would also desire to have a option where maybe if site conditions are appropriate, a pathway that somebody could seek maybe a discretionary permit to be able to reduce that setback. But that would then allow for adjacent property owners, neighbors, and a public hearing process, possibly beyond what may be required for the initial development.
Okay, any comment on that? Supervisor Williams.
I support the setback, and I'd be happy using the examples we see elsewhere in the state. The 1,000 feet sounds like a reasonable basis.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, looking at what other localities use for their setback, there was a reference to a 100-foot setback. I'm not saying that that's maybe appropriate for us, but I'd like some consideration to be given for a 500-foot setback.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a minimum, but I don't think 1,000 is going to work for most cases. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I too like the idea of the setback. I'm really comfortable with the 1,000 foot, but then also, as you explained, where somebody can come in for a discretionary permit, where maybe 500 feet is going to work for everybody in the neighborhood. But I think 1,000 foot is a good place to start.
All right, number 8.
Okay, number 8. This is probably a big topic area, and again, this could be something related to a matrix, but does the board desire for discretionary permits to be required for all sites? And so discretionary permits do provide that opportunity for neighborhood input, whereas a business license is a ministerial process and does not provide that opportunity for neighborhood input, and there's no notification to adjacent landowners as part of a typical business license process.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I could see this being part of the has-check matrix, that if it's a full section, I'm less concerned about the discretionary review. If it's zoned ag, I'm less concerned, but if it's residential, in a residential neighborhood surrounded by residential parcels, I think it should be discretionary.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I do think a matrix style is appropriate. My concern when we have discretionary permits is always it could lead towards a popularity contest and who's in with their neighbors and who's not. And again, that's an equity issue and not a, sometimes it doesn't always come out fair if your neighbors are able to lobby each other to speak out against you. So I am always concerned about some stigmatization, especially when it comes to discretionary permits.
Supervisor Novell.
Thank you. The discretionary permits don't scare me at all. I think it's a great opportunity for the neighbors to come in and voice either their opposition, but it's not always opposition. A lot of times we get people coming in and supporting their neighbors. So I would be fine with it. I could also be okay with the matrix idea. I think a discretionary permit may fit in a better spot than some, as Supervisor Williams pointed out. Large ag acres is going to be a lot different than, say, a 5 or 10 acre piece.
All right, so with the matrix, it certainly seems like that would be an approach, because if we make everything discretionary, then it's going to increase the cost. And so a lot of people, like we've seen in cannabis, with increased costs, people aren't going to go into it, and they'll just do it illegally or without a permit or oversight. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, to that, Director Krog, can you remind me how much a discretionary permit costs?
Well, it depends what type of discretionary permit we're referring to. So we have administrative permits and use permits. And of course, the board sets our fee schedule, so these are subject to change at any time. But an administrative permit right now is right around like $2,000 to $3,000 range, depending if you need environmental review as part of that. And then a use permit is more so in the $6,000 to $7,000 range, as it is right now. But of course, the board can always direct us to do some tiered fees for specific use type activities if that is something that the board wants to potentially subsidize, because we are cost recovery. So also we do account for those applications that have extraordinary processing. So even if the board does set a lower fee, if our processing time exceeds that, then we will be collecting those fees before moving that project forward.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just want to raise some concern around the hefty price tag that could come if we require this for all sites.
All right, moving on to number 9.
So another big ticket item, does the board desire for regulations to have different permit requirements for sites located on private roads? And as you may be aware, right now, our zoning regulations for short-term rentals do differentiate permitting requirements based upon if you are located on a private road. And I know that this is a discussion that has come up a lot about concerns for impacts on those private roads since they're not publicly maintained, and additional wear and tear, et cetera. So that's something for the board to consider, whether or not there's more heightened requirements if you're on a private road versus a public road.
Supervisor Williams.
I don't think the deciding factor should be, is it paved or dirt, or is it public or private? I think it should be, is it appropriate for commercial use? And is camping a cottage industry or commercial? I think it feels more like commercial. You're having visitors come from out of area. Maybe they're bringing an RV, they're bringing dogs. I think that's closest to commercial.
It'll be listed as a
As
commercial
commercial, yeah.
use type.
So I think the applicant needs to show the county that for whatever roads will be used, that they have the legal right to have egress related to the commercial activity. So if they have a graveled road that meets CDF turnouts and width, and they can show us that that was deeded for commercial use, I'm okay with it, the fact that it's private. But what we don't want to see is people who have prescriptive use easements over old skid trails that are not fire safe, adding a commercial element. Is it from a planning perspective, is that reasonable?
I think the private road issue is always a challenging one for us, so I think that we would have to think about, based upon board direction, how we might be able to implement that, and probably some discussions with our council as well.
So for my colleagues, I don't think we want to tell somebody they have, an ag parcel and they cross over another ag parcel and they have deeded commercial access to cross over it. I don't think it's our job to police that. That's a civil matter between those property owners. But I think they need to show the county that they have that deeded commercial access. That's different than somebody who has a dirt road over a parcel that was deeded for single-family home egress. I don't think we want to be issuing a permit where that creates a conflict, that was never the intended use of the access road.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so the biggest beef over on the coast with this stuff are the ones that are on private roads and the lack of respect for the private road. Somebody has a 5-acre piece of property on the end of a private road that has 7 other lots on it, and this one person has got the whole neighborhood upset because people are parking up and down the roads, fire trucks can't get in or out, and everything that goes with disrespecting a private road. So I've got a big issue with just allowing it point blank onto a private road. I think there needs to be some level of discretion there.
And I'd agree to that. Okay, moving on to...
And I'm sorry, if I could just ask, so Supervisor Norvell, you mentioned discretion, so suggesting like a discretionary permit for those locations?
If we're going to allow it, yes. But all the conversation I'm getting is to not allow it on a private road.
Supervisor Norvell, would you be comfortable with on private roads only where there's deeded commercial access, it meets CDF requirements, and there's a discretionary permit?
No, most of that, yes. I still think the neighbors need to have a say, because some of these campgrounds, again, my big concern is how we're going to police this.
Wouldn't that be the discretion that we review, and if the neighbors come forward and show that it's inappropriate due to road conditions, it may be denied?
I think the discretionary permit would have to be a requirement for me.
So I agree with you. I'm adding, I also want CDF sign off that the road meets requirements for fire safety.
Absolutely.
I think certainly that type of determination can be tackled through required findings that must be made, and required elements for submittal of an application, review, basic standards.
So side note for my colleagues, there's a bank repossessed property on the coast that's got a road I never think should have been approved years ago by the county. I spent over 2 hours backing a fire truck out of it one night, and every time the power goes out, this generator kicks on, and the exhaust from it sends off the alarm again, right? There's nobody living there to call in a false alarm. Those are the types of situations that we want to avoid. I don't want to be sending fire resources down a road where they can't turn around. And I think over the years, the county's created the situation. We can't further that with this program. It's unfortunate. Some people may have a road that's too narrow or doesn't have turnouts, but that's just not an appropriate place to have a commercial operation if you can't get a fire truck in and out safely.
Okay. Moving on to number 10.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, briefly back on number 9, just to raise an issue. I think relying on CDF standards is one thing. I do see lots of different easements with different scopes. And so I don't know how easy it is to say we could regulate something on commercial deeded access. We could take that into account as part of our thought process and see if we find anything yay or nay on that to make it easy. But my initial inclination is that that's not easy to necessarily regulate what would meet that standard. Easements have all kinds of different language in how they define what that scope was.
Okay, and so on to number 10. Does the board desire to see more restrictive requirements on properties under Williamson Act contract? And I said restrictive, but also it's just really different considerations for properties under Williamson Act contract, so not necessarily having to be more restrictive.
Supervisor Williams.
No, the goal of the Williamson Act was to avoid unnecessary subdivision, try to keep resource land together. I think we have resource land owners who are struggling just from agriculture to pay their taxes and maintain. And so this may give them an edge to avoid subdivision, which is really in the county's benefit.
Yes, and I should just clarify as well that there are some limitations in maintaining a Williamson Act contract, so they will just naturally, by being underneath a Williamson Act contract, have some limitations on non-qualifying but compatible uses. But really, yeah, my question is about more than that, and I'm hearing from you no, so thank you for that.
And my understanding is that we'll just have to make this a compatible use under the Williamson Act. If a person with the Williamson Act went for this ordinance.
An amendment would need to be made to the county's Williamson Act policies and procedures.
Right.
So, because as it is right now, camping is not a it's not a compatible use.
No, I don't want to see more restrictive requirements. Okay, number 11.
Okay, well, this is the sort of fun one. Does the board have any direction they wish to provide our office on public outreach efforts for ordinance preparation? So thoughts about certain, visuals that we should have aware, certain data we should have available, or any other thoughts. So.
Supervisor Williams.
I hope the meeting is held with Zoom, and I think we should have one in each region. I think the coast probably needs North Coast and South Coast. There's a lot of public concern. Some of the concern will live on even after you explain, and I think there's other elements once people understand these are already happening with or without us, and that adding regulation is improving safety, may mitigate some of the concern. Some of the points you haven't touched on, though, that I think will come up in those public forums, impact on the sheriff and potentially code enforcement. I think we need to begin working with the sheriff and code enforcement. Is this camping, or is this a place to park an RV? Is there a limit to the size of the trailer? Can they pull an RV with a truck behind it? What about loose dogs? Are we putting any limitations on you bringing dogs into a residential neighborhood that may not be fenced? That could create a nuisance, even the barking, but dogs running loose. The sewage concern, the first hip camp I ever saw, somebody sent me a screenshot of it, and it had a hand-dug hole in the ground. I grew up with an outhouse. There's places where that has worked historically. I don't think we want to invite visitors into the county to use a hole in the ground as a restroom. How does environmental health play into this? I think that's going to be a big public concern. And then fire safety. I want to see an annual fire inspection by the local fire department. We need to phrase it in code so that that fire district can get reimbursed for their actual cost without doing a nexus study. Right? They can't afford to go do that study, so we need to give some means to reimburse the actual cost for inspecting. And we need to be very clear with the public how these can be revoked, that if the sheriff gets called multiple times, the complaints are sustained, or fire says that it's not safe, that it will be shut down. I think the county has not the greatest track record, right? We set rules and then they're not followed, and really nothing much happens in a lot of cases. And I know that's resource. It's not a complaint about staff. It's just resources. So how do we structure this program so that we have teeth on revocation should it not be in compliance and causing a nuisance in the neighborhood?
Supervisor Norvell.
And John, if I may, one last: generators. Are we prohibiting generators?
So I think, to answer the question, I think I like Supervisor Williams' idea of one on the north, one on the south. A lot of the discussion here today is about what can go wrong and why these things are bad. That's not always the case. I mean, I've got one in the fourth, at least one that I know of, they're here today, that are the example of it can be done. And it can be done well and for the right reasons. So I think inviting those people to the table for longer than 3 minutes to explain what they're doing and how they're doing it, I think is going to add a sense of value that we don't want to miss out on.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I've attended some of the workshops, Director Krog, that you put on. I think they're very informative. I think they have easy access by using Zoom and an in-person location. It's very clear from the comments, both at the Planning Commission and reading the comments for today's agenda item, that they're very different perspectives about how this can benefit our economy. Certainly the two coastal supervisors think that we should have a north and south, I think an inland at least kind of workshop would be really helpful. Just before we move on to public comment, the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association Strategic Planning Committee, I thought, submitted some very good comments that I would like to see incorporated in the plan. So I wanted to just highlight that. And again, I think that our team should be very clear. This is board direction. Some of the comments that I've seen, frankly, are inappropriate and certainly not, I think, meant to develop a cohesive planning conversation. And so that's really unfortunate. But at the end of the day, we're the policymakers that are saying, Director, please go figure out if these sort of guidelines are going to work for the community and what feedback would they like to give. So I really want to make sure that the board is being held accountable for providing the direction before you go into these workshops.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, really quickly, something that was discussed at the Planning Commission was a ban on RVs or large vehicles, vans. And I want to just discourage that from being included. It's a great way for people to be self-contained and have low impact on the parcel that they're on.
Yes. So I agree with the comments that Supervisor Williams brought up, and certainly revocation of a permit needs to be in there. We need to have, due process and all that. And, we need to know the cost that it's going to cost the county for this program. And I think with the outreach, which is the question, I think the municipal advisory councils need to be, you could zoom in, you could have a one MAC meeting for Hopland and Laytonville and Covelo, however you want to work it, but they certainly need to be in the loop along with the meetings in each supervisorial district. Supervisor Williams.
When this comes back to us, can we get a list of calls for service at existing private campgrounds?
I will reach out to the sheriff's office to see if that's something.
I think it would help the discussion. We may find that there haven't been any, right? And then we say, well, it's been going on for 5 years and it hasn't been an impact. That's what we're adding some more regulation to. If we find out that it has, it's probably a very different conversation. It may steer us on where is it appropriate. I think most of the people coming here and camping are spending money in the community and they're quiet and they're well behaved. There's probably some that show up with a trailer pulling quads and a pack of dogs and subwoofers. And sorry, was that yours? Yes. Well, it's a 1,000-foot setback for you. So, but I think that's going to be the big public concern, is not the 95% of people who are really decent who want to get out and enjoy nature. It's going to be those 5% that create massive problems where we say we just want the program shut down. How do we regulate from the very start so that we don't invite those 5%? And is there anything we can put in place for directly fining the people who are coming to stay at these sites if they don't follow our county rules? It's one thing to revoke the license from the host. It's another that the camper is informed, these are the rules in Mendocino County, absolutely no fires. We can't lose Redwood Valley again, right? You can't, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, no fires. I don't think dogs running loose, that should be in that same category of it's going to cause too much havoc for neighborhoods and livestock owners. I'm sure the board could come up with some of those absolutely not situations. How do we put some teeth into county code so that we can fine the camper for not following the rules? I think that's the only thing that's going to hold them accountable. It's not the host saying, please don't do this.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand the desire. I think it's going to be with this regulation. I think both we try to build in so we don't get those bad actors or the folks that are just going to create nuisance for the community. But also, we're going to probably have some pretty lengthy discussions amongst county council, my office, and probably with the sheriff's office, code enforcement, to really talk through what enforcement is available to us underneath what's allowed through state law. So.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further comment from the board, is there anything else you need, Director Krog?
Not at this time. Just thank you to the board for this, and I look forward to hearing public comment.
Chair,
Okay, so we're going to go to public comment, and
can we thank the director for a very well-structured dialogue? I appreciate the list.
okay. All right, so public comment.
Thank you very much, board and staff. That was impressive, getting what I heard almost universally from all of you. My name, by the way, is Don Shanley. I live in Anderson Valley. Universally, problems. What I never did hear, I heard some just sort of vague comments about economic development and helping the little guy make a living. Where I've looked at the numbers. I don't know if you've combed through the websites of these companies that in certain ways the county is shilling for to push this along, but the numbers just don't say that there's any money there for the county. I'm doing a whole cost analysis. I'm not going to take your time up right now. I've scratched out some feelings, comments last night. I put them online on your comment section, but I'm just going to read this letter to you folks that I put together last night, and then I'll sit down. Does my time start? Okay, I'll read really quickly. I'm writing again to oppose proposed changes to the Mendocino County General Plan to allow transient habitation, low-intensity camping in all zones of Mendocino County without even a minor use permit to address the multitude of concerns addressed in over 100, that's 2/3 of all written comments that have been brought up, are negative responses to this inane proposal. I oppose this code amendment for all the obvious reasons well addressed by others. I am not surprised that the Board of Supervisors completely ignored both the vocal and written input of hundreds of opposed constituents, as well as ignoring our own Mendocino County planning staff precautions and hurdles to this proposed amendment. The board slipped in the back door their, quote, ratification of a letter of support for Senate Bill 620, McGuire, low-impact camping, unquote, in a regular meeting back in September 10th, 2024. This deceitful move is reminiscent of CEO and Supervisor's speedy 2024 eviction of the Veteran Service Office on Observatory. Regarding this eviction, former Supervisor McGordy told me to my face, "It's a done deal, Don, but appreciate your comments." How did that work out, Mr. McGordy and Supervisor Hanchat? So here we are again, low impact camping. Really? Low impact is Airbnb cubed. My wife, and along with other neighbors, in 2019 opposed a use permit for an Airbnb on a private road through our respective properties.
Okay, your time is up, so wrap it up, please.
Okay. I'll skip a whole paragraph. This will take less than 1 minute.
Well, hold it. Your time's up. So we're not going to go another minute. You have like a sentence. Okay. Thank you. You can turn in your comments. Okay.
Meadow Farm Community Land Trust in District 4. And I have sent out a letter to a couple of y'all, maybe all of you, I'm not sure. But I want to say that I understand the fear. I understand the fear level. people who have visual, sound, dogs, but I haven't seen any of that. I didn't even know we were illegal, so I'm glad to hear that it's just not, it's just unregulated, because we are somewhat of a maverick or jumping into a different kind of field here, but we do try to bring about talk with the people who come to us. We have 3 little camps, we have 2 cabins, and you all are welcome to come out and take a look and talk to us and see. Let's be a demonstration area for some of this. We'll be glad to do this. The people that come, we can't believe it. We go back to the camp to do cleanup. There isn't a scrap. There's nothing. They write, we're so grateful. Our children saw the stars. We saw wildlife. We saw flowers. We give tours on native plants. We do the educational component, which is different. So we're maybe a little bit different. But I say that I'm ignoring everything I wrote down, is that there are people involved, and they're good people. They come from cities. They need to understand what climate change is doing. They need to see what we have that we need to save. They go to the coast, they go to the beaches, they go to the restaurants. They don't even hardly cook at home, the ones that, they come back and they are so happy to have a camping experience that is quiet. I think it has to do with style. We're not a party place. We say that. We say, I think we actually own the road, but there is an egress to it right off of Pudding Creek. And we say, come in quietly. We want to respect our neighbors. We have signs, and we say, this isn't a party place. We want it to be a nice experience for everybody. And usually these people kind of get together and get to know each other. So I'm kind of dropping a lot of my points because in 3 minutes I could not tell you. I just want to say from the human aspect, this is a good thing. Welcome to talk to you about anything else, anytime.
Okay,
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a clear restatement of your name for the record?
Sojourna, last name Lee.
Thank you.
John Risk. I'm the treasurer of Meadow Farm Community Land Trust. And I'll just speak a little bit on the economics and then speak on our agreement to many of the conditions that you're considering right now. One is we support a zoning restriction. We're agriculture RR5. We have 28 acres. We only have 5 sites on the property. So we're well within a 1 campsite per 5 or 8 total, because in the planning commission meetings, which we also commented on, it was considered to have no more than 8 for the whole site. I wanted to comment that we support fire restrictions. We're the first to not want fire. Who would want fire on their property? Why would you want to invite fire? Period. We have on-site residents who are there as caregivers. We support reasonable setbacks. We support an annual fee to support an inspection, but we don't want excessive fees. We're small people here trying to do well. And it's not to create a burden to the county. I think it's a win-win for the county. You're getting tourism at a very low impact. Our neighborhood, never a problem. We've never had a fire marshal or a police truck or a fire truck on our property for this reason. So there's no fear about that. I think we also concur with use of porta potties for human waste, and we've used them before because that is a problem. We have a restroom on the property. One of the cabins has access. 2 of the cabins have access to that restroom, and it's a full permitted septic system. So anyway, these are just some of our comments. Look forward to further review of this. We're on the coast. We're on the north side of the coast, so we'll be happy to participate in public topic.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Excuse me, really quickly, I have a question for the last commenter. Do you mind sharing how far out Pudding Creek you are?
We're 2 miles north, so you go past the bridge, make a right on Pudding Creek, just before it turns out towards its end. We're on a lane that goes out, and there's only there's two neighbors, basically. One is the Caltrain, or the skunk train, Georgia Pacific, who owns it now. And we have another neighbor to the left, but their parcel's quite a ways away, and it's all wooded. There's no home anywhere in sight, so there's no problem in that regard.
Thank you. I'm asking because I'm looking at the map and I'm seeing if we did follow the road tributary framework, then I'm concerned that
We might be
their
excluded.
parcel will be excluded.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I have a question for the director, but I can wait until after public comment.
Okay.
Dee Pallison, District 5 in Ukiah. I had a prepared statement, but after listening to the conversation, I would like to change it a little bit. I liked what I heard from all of you, and I really liked the part about our ordinance has to have some teeth behind it. On both sides, both the users and the owners. My biggest concern is after reviewing the attachments to the agenda item is the apparent dysfunction in code enforcement. You talked a lot about law enforcement and the effect that would have on law enforcement. That's a piece of it, but code enforcement plays a large part of this also. And there's one complaint that's referenced, and it is in my neighborhood on a private road. I'm aware of the hip campsite. I'm aware of the problems that's caused in our neighborhood. And the documentation that was attached to the complaint that was included in the agenda item shows unequivocally that code enforcement failed to do its job. The code enforcement officer's notes state that he never located or visited the hip campsite, and he made the determination to rule the complaint as unfounded and closed the case based on a phone conversation with the landowner where the landowner just denied everything, said there is no site. I can tell you that 30 of his neighbors know there is a site and have felt the repercussions of his irresponsible campsite hosting. This hip campsite, it's still in use today. It is still not in compliance with anything in county code, and it's still causing serious problems in our neighborhood. Every complaint that was included contains similar issues to ours. So before we move forward with this, I feel like as a county, we need to take a closer look at how PBS and code enforcement do their job. Because I feel like it's extremely lacking. It will cause even more trouble for law enforcement, because when code enforcement doesn't do their job, we're going to call law enforcement. And the one other piece I want to stress is, and I appreciate the reference to the fire safety and the 4290 compliance. As a resident who lost my home in the Redwood Valley fire, and I now live in a rural area, it scares the crap out of me to think that somebody from the big city is coming out here and camping and may start thinking they're just having a warming fire or a campfire and will have a significant impact on me and my property to just over the ridge. We're all very close here, even though it's 3,800 square miles. We are all very close. Even if you're in the middle of a 193 acre parcel, your neighbors are still really close when it comes to fire, and we need to be very careful.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Can we ask Dee to submit that address to our code enforcement and planning director? Do you want it, or just code enforcement, and we'll follow up?
I'm Chris Struitt, District 5, just west of Ukiah. I also had a prepared statement, but I will ignore it because it's just a bunch of repeating everything that you guys were talking about. But I did want to say that I really appreciate what you guys are doing here, and it really, just sitting here, really opened my mind about everything. And I can really appreciate how hard this is for you, because I was just running everything that you were going through my property and seeing if I was going to pass the test. And mostly yes, but there were specific areas where I wouldn't pass, but I think for reasons that you wouldn't have even thought of, and it'd just be strange. You'd be like, oh, well, that's a ridiculous reason to keep him from doing this. And so I would love to volunteer to be part of this. to be able to talk about specific things going forward. I don't know how to do that.
Well, you can certainly contact your supervisor.
Okay.
Or planning and building will have these outreach sessions.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you a lot for all your consideration. And and I strongly support the campaign. Make that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Ellen Drell. I wasn't here at the very beginning of the planning department's presentation, so I'd like to be sure I know when these outreach sessions are and the workshops in the county. And I would say for sure, I don't know if, Mo, you implied that there should just be one outreach for the inland area, but I would say the inland area probably needs at least 4 because we're big and we're dispersed over a wide variety of terrain and circumstances. I think for people who live, for those of us who live in the inland area where fire season is like 9 months out of the year now, the idea of campers having, if no fires are allowed, that's one thing. But anyway, you can have all the regulations in the world. I want to echo what was said two speakers ago. If the regulations aren't enforced, you have nothing. And we have a long history here of complicated ordinances with lots of complicated regulations that look like they're going to protect every circumstance, and they are not enforced. And so it appears like the whole enterprise is a scheme for the county government to wring more money out of county residents who are trying to figure out a scheme for making a little more money for themselves. So if the county's not prepared to step up with truly adequate code enforcement, then you shouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. The other thing I want to say is I think discretionary permits for every application make sense because every circumstance is unique. Every circumstance is unique. The environmental implications of camping and trailers parked here and there for 14 days, fire and wildlife and wetlands and sensitive habitats and the circumstances of the host, whether they are really in a situation where they can monitor and regulate appropriately, and are they going to? And when you look at the requirements, the number of campsites, the number of people, the number of days they can stay, you're going to need a manager who is on top of every one of those details and is prepared to be there and actually make it happen. And you must know, obviously, there are people in this county who do a beautiful job doing this. I know that and have been doing it for a while and doesn't bother anybody. There are other people who see it as a way to make a little extra money, and they have no ability to run basically a tourist operation. And they put all the neighbors in jeopardy. So I think the idea of a discretionary permit for every application is warranted. Then the neighbors can weigh in and can inform you what the circumstances are there and what their history is with the neighbor and, all of it. Finally, I don't think that the enforcement should be complaint-driven, which is so much the case in this county. That makes the neighbor responsible for ratting on the guy next to him. It's one of the reasons why a lot of enforcement doesn't happen, because neighbors are reluctant to get into a brawl with the people over the property.
And I'm in favor of this legislation. I want to start at the last comments. I would hope that there wouldn't be any restrictions on RVs. We do nothing but RVs. No tent camping. Therefore, we don't have any need for utilities. We don't have any need for sewer or water because everybody's self-contained. We don't allow any fires any time of the year, and dogs always have to be on a leash. So as far as the number of sites per parcel, and I'm not sure if it's a tax parcel, a legal parcel, or an ownership parcel. In our case, our parcel is 360 acres. We have 6 campsites on it currently. I don't see any immediate need for more in the near future, but I would like to have the opportunity to put more campsites based upon setbacks and the distance between the campsites. Our campsites are, I'm a terrible judge of distance, but half a football field apart. So I call it dispersed camping. As far as fire is a real serious concern for us. I fought a few myself on our property, and we have cattle. So most of the property is grazed down pretty close by the cattle, and then we also mow around the campsite. So those are our three ways of combating fires. We are located just south of Ukiah, up on the ridge above Burke Hill, and my family, my two sons live on the property, so we have oversight on the property. So I would encourage you to pass this legislation. What I heard this morning is you guys are really headed down the right road. Thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Good morning. Lee Howard, 3900 Parducci Road, Ukiah. I found it very interesting sitting here, hearing some of the comments today. I had prepared statement. I'm going to vary from that and challenge some of what I heard. There were several things, and I think that from my perspective, yours is health and safety. Should be number one, paramount. If you can take care of some of that, it would alleviate what my concerns are. I made a complaint back in 2001. I sent copies to the board. There's at least 3 of you sitting here that got those copies. The complaint was never taken care of. They couldn't even find it. And this is one of the problems. You're telling me that you're going to go out and you got 500 or so many campsites. You don't know where they are. You can't even find them when you're told where they are. That's one. 2, annual inspections by who? Ted? You know this better than me. CDF going to come out and do inspections? Because a lot of this is in SRA country. Somebody better be talking to them and find out if they're even willing to go out and do inspections. We need inspections. The pictures I sent you were of an outhouse in Mendocino County, brand new, built. Was camping in the grass this high. Did they have any fire tools out there? Oh, I read someplace, maybe they should have a 4-pound dry chem extinguisher. No, they need a minimum of a toolkit, a couple Pulaskis, a McLeod, a back pump. This is the kind of stuff. They drive through my place to get to this. This is how I know this. And I have a gate at my yard. They have to stop to open the gate. I get to talk to some of them. We're from Texas, we're from Arizona, we're from New Mexico, all over the country. They don't have a clue what fire looks like. I don't want my place burned down. They go through almost 3,000 feet of road on my place. Does the campsite people have any responsibility to that road? It's an easement, a private easement for ingress and egress. They turned it into a public commercial easement. Road standards? It's easy for me to put road standards on this thing. CDF road standard. Period. No questions. Turnouts, the whole 9 yards.
All right.
I hear you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Any online?
We have 5 people online. We can start with Anna and then go to Jenny if that's fine with the chair.
Sure.
Hello, thank you for this very important conversation. It's a good thing I wrote things down because 3 minutes is going to be tough, but I'll just go ahead and quickly read what I wrote, which I changed several times during this discussion. I thought this was going to be a positive discussion. I was envisioning the only reason to have a new use type would be to clarify what can be done and what can't be done, because in case there's ambiguity, say that, and now I can't say it. I will later. In case that the current regulations, which allow camping, are misunderstood. Ambiguity. Thank you. Okay, so, and I'm dismayed about the direction the meeting has taken. And I hope in this case the public comment on this item isn't ignored as it was in the public comments on the public comment part of the agenda. I was really disappointed the way that went. It was like nobody even heard what everybody said. No supervisors heard what all the people stood up and said. The other thing is you can't swing a dead cat in this county without hitting opposition to people's freedoms. I'm a property owner in the 4th District. I'm self-designated queen of camping. You can look on my website, annastockel.com. It's there. I'm very experienced with hip camp. I also have friends as guests who enjoy camping on my property. I have a safe fire pit and maintain fire permits. I don't allow dogs at all, regardless of how much they beg. Many visitors here like to camp. They can camp across the street at McCarricker Park. This demographic likes to mushroom forage, fish, bike, hike, visit oceans. And that's great that we have these people coming to our county and allowing that. Furthermore, California Civil Code 821 is the right to enjoy one's property. Landowners have the right to use their land as they see fit, as long as they do not create a proven nuisance. So all these attempts to infringe upon our freedoms are just very frustrating to me. Okay, also California Government Code 65852.2 limits local land use restrictions. So the state limits how much you can restrict what we do. And I invite Vice Chair Norvell to come look at my property. There's 5.5 acres. It's not an issue. Please come look and demonstrate, and the board should demonstrate that this is a problem as it seems to have been framed in the meeting. And there's also some pretty terrible assumptions and generalizations made about campers and hosts. And what's the difference between that and homeowners and guests? And I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to have to put the rest in an email because I've got a lot more to talk about, setbacks, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jenny Shattuck. I'm going to say thank you for this great conversation, and I agree with all of the commenters, aside from the last one. But I want to say thank you especially to Commissioners Jones and Wiedemann for holding strong for everybody on the coast this whole time, and to Julia Krog. But I just wanted to give, I'm liking the direction you guys are going, but I just wanted to give an example of something that happened here on the coast, because some of our county roads are barely maintained, and the small driveways that are like 11, 12 feet wide from these old homesteads are really narrow. So lots of times we actually get motorhomes with GPS wrong, and they get stuck on our roads. Their windows get broke out, things like that. So we had a neighbor who bought a property a few years ago and decided that she would turn half her house into an Airbnb and her yard into a hip camp. Well, she actually had fires there, which spread. And luckily the neighbors were able to get out, but also she had somebody in the middle of the night have a heart attack, and our fire department could not get down the driveway. So the ambulances were able to, but we had to walk them in to show them where this was. So this is like a real concern. We also had another neighbor who wanted to put in an Airbnb and hip camp and bought a property, who was from out of the state. And we have a big pull-out turnaround on our road to be able to have garbage trucks, UPS delivery, fire trucks. People pull over so the last 11 residents can get out or in, and they fenced it off. And so I went to planning and building, and they said, well, guess what? That's a civil issue now, even though there was no permits for this fence. So these things do happen, and they can be life-threatening. The guy who had the heart attack actually didn't make it because it took too long to actually find him and get him out of here for help. So there are ramifications to having things on private roads that aren't maintained. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next we have Kathy, and then we'll go to Amy and Cosmo.
Hello, my name is Kathy Brown, and I am outside of Willits in unclaimed territory on Williamson Act property. And we are highly interested in participating in camping, low incidental camping. And I have a couple of statements. I had a written out statement like everybody else, but I have some other things to put out there. I did a search, and there's only 70 hosts on Hip Camp in Mendocino County, so there's not 500. So I don't know where that number is coming from. But I would like to highly encourage the Board of Supervisors to carefully consider the way that they plan this out, because the way that all of the restrictions played out with cannabis has bottlenecked us out of participating in that income opportunity for our family. And I'm hoping that the fees that are generated for applying to participate in low incidental camping in Mendocino County aren't going to prohibit us from participating in that as well. And if it ends up excluding people financially, the rezoning and all of the documentation that you're going to be doing will be for naught, because nobody will be able to participate. So my whole take on this is that if you work for permitting fees, they're a one-time income source for the county, but transient income taxes are an evergreen source of income for the county. Please prioritize a policy that enables safe, responsible, small-scale camping, allowing landowners the opportunity to be an integral part of Mendocino County's tourism economy, which is, I think, one of the biggest money makers in this county. And we have a lot of beautiful land, just like Sojourner Lee mentioned earlier, and we have the ability to educate people from the city about why this place is so special and the wildlife is so
right.
abundant.
Thank you.
So next we have Amy.
Thank you. Amy Wynn, Fort Bragg resident, Wynn Coastal Planning and Biology. I think thank you, supervisors, for the conversation today, and staff. I think it's been pretty respectful and open-minded, and I very much appreciate that, and I support the process that's being discussed today with robust public outreach, stakeholder meetings, and consultation and coordination with the first responders. So thank you for that. As a land use consultant, I think campsite should be defined. For me, intuitively, low intensity camping, just being someone that lives in a neighborhood of 2-acre parcels, I think of that as 1 to 3 tents. Like, I'm not really picturing RVs. Don't mean to be excluding RVs, but just to me, low intensity means small number of tents. And what is a campground? I mean, what is a campsite rather? Like how many humans, how many tents is that? So I think it'd be important through this process to define that. Outside of the, outside of the coastal zone, we do have a use type for campground. It does not define number of campsites, and it is a use permit process in these zones: upland residential, rangeland, forest land, TPZ, R3, C1, C2, and open space. So there is a process for the big scary kind of campground, and that's a use permit, goes to planning commission hearing. In the coastal zone, of course, I know we're not talking about that today, but campgrounds are only permitted when you have a visitor accommodating services overlay. During the process, I think it'd be super helpful to have a table that illustrates all of these different kind of camping use types. Campground, as currently defined, is you can stay in a campground as a use type, or you can stay in a resort. And then thirdly would be the low intensity camping, and however that's defined for a campsite or number of tents, RVs. Third, to the process, excuse me for that. I love how the accessory dwelling unit checklist works in that process, where if you can comply with all of those restrictive standards, it's ministerial. It's just a yes for your business license or yes for your building permit. If you need any exceptions to any of those standards, then there's a couple of different tiers. There's ministerial, or there's kind of an over-the-counter permit type where, or I'm sorry, I'm getting this wrong, but there's a discretionary permit where you would need to go to a hearing. There's something in between where it's administrative, where the director can sign off. So I think that kind of flow chart checklist would be great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And then our last online comment is Cosmo.
Who is it? Cosmo.
Cosmo, I can see that you're unmuted. However, you can't be heard. You may be having an issue with your computer microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Let's see. I've lived in industrially zoned land my whole life. It's called timberland. This last summer and fall, there were 3 logging shows going on that I could hear from my bed. It didn't bother me because I've lived on this type of land my whole life and I'm used to it. In the fall, timber companies do big burn piles, often burn for days or weeks. This doesn't bother me either because I like to burn too and I'm used to it. When I moved on to my first piece of timberland, I researched what land uses were allowed besides logging. I noticed campgrounds were one of the few approved uses of TPZ land. Since that time, I dreamed of hosting a small campground on my land. Perhaps rather selfishly, I would like to focus on permitting hip camps on TPZ and forest land as a starting point or test trial, as the Department of Planning suggested. My piece of land requires no passing through others' property. It's accessed from the county road. I have 4 sites on my 30 acres. I like this because my campers don't feel like they are in a traditional campground. I have yet to have a camper disrespect me or my land. That was a little statement I wrote, and I still have some time left. And I got to come back to this. I feel like it's an elephant in the room, this fire thing. I had some campers last weekend, and by the way, I pay my transient tax for the last 5 years, so I've contributed to the coffers. My campers last weekend, it was like 30 degrees. I don't know how much rain we've had. I don't think you can catch the forest on fire this time of year. I encourage them to have a nice campfire. That is an elephant in the room. Everyone says no fires, no fires, no fires. As we see, the timber companies have huge fires. I have a fire. I have a fire. Maybe this is asking too much at this point in the conversation, but a big part of camping is campfires. And if it's the middle of winter, I think we should think a little bit about letting people warm themselves and have a campfire. That's super controversial, but I think it's something worth talking about. Anyways, that's about what I have to say. Other than come on out and check out my scene. I'm paying the taxes and I'm doing good, and I feel really good about my operation, and so do the neighbors. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, that's it. That's it for the public comment.
Seeing no further comment online.
Okay, we'll go back to the board. And really, you know, we've heard public comment. We already made our comments, but I want to know if there's any additional comments we want to give to the planning director in light of public comment. So Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I just have one question. A lot of what we're talking about seems like at some level intensification of land use. Where is CEQA in all of this?
Great
I
question.
hate to bring that up, but
Oh, no, well, CEQA is something that we have to comply with for any project. So obviously with this project, once we have developed what these draft regulations will look like, we'll start conducting a CEQA review to see what level of CEQA documentation is necessary before moving forward with the project. So any ordinance will be accompanied by whatever CEQA level of documentation has been determined to be necessary.
thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I have some ideas specifically related to fire safety. I'm hoping I can get board support on to give to the director. One is running water at the campsite. We expect it to be hosted. Somebody should be there in case there's a fire. It would add additional protection if there's a hose with running water at the location where people are camping. Not a high cost, but first water is best water. Somebody will put that small fire out if they have water. If they don't have water, by the time fire resources get there, it may be too late. The firefighting tools, I think, was a good suggestion. I mean, I wouldn't have a full shed of tools, but having, you know, a shovel, some basic tools might be also be low cost way to mitigate risk. I think these sites should only be approved within fire districts. The idea of relying on CAL FIRE, CAL FIRE, best firefighting agency in the world, but they're not here during the fire season if there's a fire somewhere else. If Southern California is on fire, they're pooling all their resources in Southern California. So the idea of relying on the state and the SRA to respond to fires that come out of these campgrounds may not be realistic. I think I would prefer to limit it to within the boundaries of fire districts. If your community is not organized enough to have a local fire department with boundaries, you're probably not in a position to be doing commercial activity that could start a fire. And then last, this a request for county council. I understand the state code allows warming fires, cook fires, religious burns. The county can't be more lenient, but could be more restrictive. Is that something that we should look at becoming more restrictive for this purpose so that it's not just the host saying don't have a fire, but it's actually against the law in Mendocino County to have an outdoor burn when camping at one of these sites?
Charlotte Scott, County Council, through the chair. We could look into that. I don't have an answer for you today, but we can certainly look into that and give guidance to the board.
So on those items enumerated, would my colleagues be willing to support me on giving direction, at least to research?
Let's see, Supervisor Norvell.
I would. I mean, I don't have any issue with gathering all the information we can, so I'm fine with it.
And I'll just say that certainly fire is one of those main concerns that people have. So we need to have all the information. So during this process, I think I know we will explore it because it won't come back to us without answers. Okay? So with that, do you have what you need?
I have everything I need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And we will adjourn to lunch. We will be back no earlier than 2 o'clock. Okay.
Chair, if I may,
are we going to do closed session?
I defer to the chair and the board, but if you are intending to do closed session during lunch, please make such statement.
We will do closed session. We will take a 20-minute break. And so closed session is, let's see, item 6. The board will now adjourn to closed session to hear item 6A.
Public comment?
Is there any public comment? None. That we will be back for items 4E, F, and G no earlier than 2 o'clock. All right?
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. it felt like I was becoming a new mom. So it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and My daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él. De quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar. Cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're gonna do, what you're gonna take with you, how you're gonna communicate, where you're gonna go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
we come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace. And that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and My daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We had closed session item 6A, and there's no reportable action. So we'll move on to item 4G. We don't have a CEO report, and we don't have a ledge platform today. So with item 4G, we'll go to Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you, Chair. So over the last month or so, I did stop by the BHAB meeting where we got to hear Dr. Miller explain the county's role in mental health and its funding sources. It was quite educational for me. Over the last few weeks, I've met with the City of Fort Bragg and Caltrans to come up with solutions for all the suicides and suicide attempts we've had on the Noyo Bridge. Caltrans has been really great. They met with us immediately. Chief of Police called for the meeting. The discussion was around what can we do right now versus what can we do long-term. The long-term discussion was possible barriers similar to the Golden Gate, or even raising the rail, which it's a very low rail. What can we do right now, Caltrans is allowing for signs to be put up along the bridge. I've been working with Victoria Kelly from RCS to come up with language and design for the signs. It will have a phone number linking people directly to the somebody local in crisis. We expect that. We had our last meeting, I think Thursday last week. We expect the signs to go up within the next month. I sat in on the LMAC meeting. We heard some issues about cannabis, and then their concerns about dogs being dropped off in the community. Sounds like they're starting to terrorize the area, so they're looking for some support there. I spoke at Mendocino Rotary about a week ago. They were interested in hearing about the City of Fort Bragg's crew program, along with the core program that the county's putting together, very similar to the crew program. It was a great meeting. I also, with one of my colleagues, sat in on the Northern Circle Housing Authority. That was a really good meeting. They are doing amazing things with housing. Their access to funds is really setting the example on how to get these things done. I also participated in the pit count over on the coast. Started at 5 in the morning. I was done with my area about 8 o'clock. And then lastly, I will be attending the NACO in March in DC. It's not necessarily a vacation, if at all. I do have a meeting set up with a supervisor from Virginia. She's from a rural county. She's also the chair of the health committee. She wants to hear about what we're doing to address homelessness and mental health in the rural counties. So I'm looking forward to that.
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Mulherin.
Well, I was going to ask Supervisor Norvell, did you have any initial thoughts about the point in time count this year?
No, well, maybe. So I'm glad to see that they went back to the early start time over on the coast. I think last year we started at 9. It's kind of hard to gauge that way. So this year we started at 5. I had Oak Street south to South Harbor and Todd's Point. We counted 5, 4 of them sleeping in vehicles and 1 walking, which I knew was a homeless person. So I counted a total of 5. They did have $10 gift cards to hand out to people if they were willing to participate in a survey. Pretty quick survey, and none of the people I spoke with wanted to participate.
Okay. So I won't repeat any of the meetings that probably other supervisors were also in. I went to the Opioid Awareness Roundtable invited by Martin Martinez at the Consolidated Tribal Health. And they highlighted the services that are being offered at Consolidated, at Ukiah Recovery Center, with McCavan, with New Life, and with County SUDT. And I know that in the past, we've really been lacking in services. I think that today, if we look at our resources, we have more opportunities for treatment than we've ever had in our county. So I want to keep highlighting this. Also, the jail was there to talk about the reentry program and the Stepping Up initiative, which works with inmates that may have a substance use problem or a mental health need, making sure they're connected as they exit the jail. In addition to going to the PG&E decommissioning meeting, I also that same day had a meeting with Cleaner California Coast, which is Leave No Trace campaign related to making sure that our environment is clean after tourism use and how we could work better with them inland as the Great Redwood Trail expands. And then also had a meeting with the Russian River Confluence, which focuses on the Russian River recreation uses and what opportunities there are between Mendocino and Sonoma County. LAFCO continues to do municipal service reviews for the coastal water agencies, finishing up with Elk and then now moving inland to the Potter Valley Irrigation District. Also, I attended the First 5 Mendocino meeting as Supervisor Hashak's alternate, and I just really can't credit them enough for the great work they're doing trying to support parents in our community. And First 5 has always been a 0 to 5 initiative, but they've done a lot more work, even moving into the positive parenting realm and working with parents of teenagers. And they have a lot of resources for our community with their new offices on Talmadge Road. So I encourage everybody to check out the work that they're doing and visit some of their programs. Also, I'm wearing orange today to raise awareness for Teen Dating Violence Month. And the reason I know that it's Teen Dating Violence Month is because I follow behavioral health and public health on social media, and they have been doing an incredible job just trying to raise awareness, not only about events, about meetings that are coming up, but about health initiatives, community prevention. And I really want to just appreciate all of the work that they're doing to try to raise awareness and lift up these important community conversations.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think the chair recently indicated interest in hearing about broadband. And so I'm on multiple committees that have been focused on broadband. So let's back up to the beginning. The state passed SB 156 4 days before the chair's birthday in 2021, so July 20th, 2021. And that was to allocate about $6 billion to bridge the digital divide, wiring up California. Broadband for all, I was out there, I'm in some of the photos with the Broadband for All posters, thought it was a great idea. And the way the state is architected, the rollout is there's a middle mile and a last mile. The middle mile, think of as the state highway system. It's to bring the backhaul into communities, and then the last mile is to distribute it out to the house. So the thinking is bringing that middle mile in. Some carriers may decide now it's easy to connect up and distribute it to the house, and that'll happen by just the free market. We're not seeing that in Mendocino County because it turns out that distribution is the most expensive and the most complex and the money-losing endeavor. So without government assistance, it's unlikely to see private industry step in. And the state has installed fiber to communities that already had fiber. Maybe it was AT&T that owned it and sold it, but there already was fiber there. That wasn't really the holdup. So the second component of funding is the last mile. And initially, there was about $18 million allocated to the county of Mendocino. That money doesn't come direct to the county, doesn't show up in our financials. We get to steer how it's spent. The state holds it. And the 18 million was based on which counties would be included in the definition of rural. Our county took a position. You might remember, I think I brought it to you, and some other counties did. And in the end, we got about $56 million allocated. That seemed like a win. But you have to contrast that with, we had done down to the house mapping of what it would take to connect the houses that are not currently served in Mendocino County. And our estimate before all of the recent inflation was $770 million. This is using a contractor to do all the mapping. We thought it was credible. So we need 770. Here comes 56. We're going to get less than 6% of the county. And now if we divide it up so that it's not all in one district, we're not going to get an economy of scale. It may only be 2 or 3% of residents that we're going to serve. So we put in a plan for that full amount, 56, through a collaboration with Golden State Connect Authority, which was formed by RCRC. I still think that's the right way to do it. If our county were trying to do the planning on its own, we wouldn't be as successful. RCRC has that critical mass of personnel to carry it out. And what the CPUC decided to award is one tribe, which I support. They desperately need the internet, and it's well-deserved. It's good use of public money. And they awarded 2 cities, Ukiah and Fort Bragg, funds. And I think it's great. The cities can do economic development based on those higher speed connections. But I grew up in Comshe before electricity had arrived. I remember I was about 8 or 9. I remember when PG&E showed up to install the poles and wire up. Imagine back then if instead of bringing a power drop to Ted and Comshe, they had put a second power drop at Bernie's house in Fort Bragg. We wouldn't have thought that's equity. He's already got electricity. What are you doing giving him a second drop? And that's kind of what we see with the state rollout of broadband is we're adding broadband options where there are already options. Ukiah and Fort Bragg may not have great broadband, but you probably have better than what most of the unincorporated residents have. And now you're getting another option, and then that's great for economic development. But it means that fund is depleted. Other rounds of funds have come, like BEAD funding. The county has been involved in looking at, could we build a telecommunications site? Could we use wireless for some of that distribution of the last mile? The BEAD funding allows that. The initial SB 156 funding did not. But we also see satellite service replacing cell towers. T-Mobile is now doing texting over satellite worldwide. They're about to add voice and data. Would the county want to invest in building a tower site that would solve the problem for a small base of users if the cell industry is moving to satellite service for rural areas? Maybe not a good use of funds. So the bottom line here is after all of the 156 funds have been spent, I'm not sure if we will see anyone in the unincorporated with service who didn't have it previously. And concurrent with this effort, Starlink is providing 250 to 300 megabits better than the state minimums pretty much anywhere in the county where there's horizon, meaning you can't do it if you don't have a clearing. If you're in a redwood forest, you may not have enough visibility of the sky. Pretty much anywhere else it's possible. So I'm looking at should the county continue to invest heavily in an effort that doesn't seem to have a return on investment. Tony Rakes has been going to the meetings for us. I'm there also. And I think that's worthwhile, but I can't see that county staff has any tasks related to this effort because we're not seeing any funding follow through. And that's the report.
Well, I appreciate that report. That certainly gets us up to speed on what's happening. Supervisor Klein.
Yes. So I hold a regular constituent meeting from noon to 1 on the first Friday of each month. So last week, that meeting was in Hopland with about a dozen constituents. I attended the rural counties meeting in Sacramento the first week, actually the day after we were sworn in, and they asked me how long I had been a supervisor, and I said 24 hours. Supervisor Hashak and I attended the North Coast Resource Partnership Climate Resilience event. Supervisor Norvell and I attended the Northern Circle Indian Housing Authority annual meeting to learn about the leveraging of state and federal funds for local housing projects, including a dedicated elder village. I attended the MCOG and LAFCO first meetings of the year. I also attended the BHAB meeting just to listen and hear the discussion. There have been many meetings around the Caltrans ADA project in Hopland. There is much angst in the community of Hopland as the much-needed safety improvements to 101 right through the downtown have been delayed yet again. This project is now being broken out into 2 phases, with most of the safety improvements happening on the second phase. This is being discussed at the Hopland MAC meeting, as well as the Hopland Utility District meetings and the recent constituent meetings. I participated in the pit count in Potter Valley. There were no homeless counted, but there have been in the past in that area. I was elected chair of the Ukiah Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency, which will be an important oversight role as the GSA administrator function is transitioned from an outside consultant to the city of Ukiah. And finally, much continues to progress on the Potter Valley project. PG&E at the end of January released a draft surrender application for the public's input. This outlines the removal of Scott Dam and Cape Horn Dam. I, like most people here in our county, do not support the removal of these dams, but PG&E has continued to go down this path, regardless of local outcry. Within the draft, there is an important proposal for a continued diversion, the new Eel Russian Project Authority. This has been developed by the parties of Sonoma Water, Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission, Round Valley Indian Tribes, California Trout Unlimited, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to ensure that there will still be water transferred even without the dams. The MOU for this facility, NERF, New Eel Russian Facility, is being considered today at the Board of Supervisors meeting in Humboldt County and in Sonoma County. And Inland Water and Power Commission on Thursday will take the MOU up as well. So thank you for allowing me some extra time to update on this very important project, but this water resource impacts over 600,000 water users and would really encourage my colleagues to reach out if they have any questions about what's happening.
Very good. Yeah, that's certainly, those kind of updates are very important for keeping the whole board in.
Can we reach out, or is that a Brown Act concern?
Excuse me, Charlotte Scott, through the chair. I'm not sure I understand the question. Reach out to whom? So individually, a supervisor can speak with another supervisor, but I think if it comes to discussing or deliberating on any action, that would be more suitable through an agendized item.
Yeah, so now would be a good time, is what I hear. What do we think the timeline is?
So it's hard to tell the timeline because the decommissioning process at FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, varies quite a bit. We're looking at probably 3 years for them to come out with a ruling, and then several years after that for full dam removal. That being said, much of this is still up in the air. We're kind of at a turning point right now to see what actually will happen, but the timelines can change drastically. The plan could change. So we're kind of at this point where we're starting to know what will potentially happen.
And if there were people who wanted to get more information, or even board members, and didn't want to contact you because of Brown Act concerns, where could that information be?
Yeah, absolutely. The best source of information is at the Inland Water and Power Commission website. They stay pretty up to date with the process and what's happening. And I know the board also does receive those agendas in their emails as well. So I'd encourage you to take a look at them every once in a while.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I attended the North Coast Resource Partnership 2-day kind of convention in Rohnert Park. And it was very interesting talking about the collaboration with the tribes, the 35 tribes and the 7 counties, and how they're doing this partnership, and really looking at how to leverage those entities with the money coming from the state, and to do projects that are really enhancing our water sustainability and fire resiliency. There was a lot of talk about prescribed burns and what they're doing, workforce development along those lines. And so it was very interesting to hear about the projects, that are in Humboldt County, Siskiyou County, Sonoma County, and then we have several projects in Mendocino County too. So that was good. I had a meeting with people from Covelo, and I appreciate person from Covelo coming down to meet with staff here in the Planning and Building Department and also Department of Transportation, and to talk about road naming. And there's a concern that the names being used by the people aren't the same as the names that are on the signs in Covelo. And so the idea was to get that in alignment so that first responders and the people are on the same wavelength. And so that will be coming to the board soon as we get letters of support from the first responders, thinking that showing that it's a good idea. Okay. I want to appreciate staff for the board workshop on the January 14th and 15th, the 2 days. It took a lot of effort to do it at a remote location and also to get everything in line with what was happening, but I appreciate that, and I think that it was worthwhile, and that's the feedback I got. So appreciate that. Sonoma Clean Power, I attended a meeting last week, the first meeting I've had there, and their rates are 7% below PG&E. So it's really that it's cleaner energy and it's cheaper energy. So everyone outside of Ukiah should be on Sonoma Clean Power. Let's see, as far as economic development, we've talked about these roundtables, and so the first roundtable is going to deal with behavioral health and kind of seeing what kind of workforce we need with the PUF coming on board, with the CRT, with the different behavioral health programs. What do we need? How do we get those psych techs and those people that are going to be working at the PUF? So the idea is to get behavioral health communicating with the college and with MCOE, and to try to bring those players together to make sure that there's communication, so we have a plan to get some of those training programs up and running, or certificate programs, whatever it might be. Okay, and then in March there'll be one on cannabis, and May on home hardening, fire resistant construction, and that's looking at workforce development. In July it's agriculture, September tourism and the arts, and November it will be forest health and biomass. So looking forward to those, and we'll have to see how it works out with representation from the board on those workshops. Okay. Supervisor Mulherin.
That was my question. And also, how are we advertising those? How will those be advertised, and what format will they be? In person here at 501, on Zoom, or?
I don't know all the details, and I'll look to the CEO for that.
Hi, through the chair. Thank you, Darcy Antle. So we just set the schedule this week, so we're just confirming some of that. We are hoping and planning for the cannabis one to be up in Willits, in that area. And we will be looking at other county-owned facilities to hold those meetings, so that we don't have to pay rent for a facility. We'll try and move them around though.
Okay. I also attended a meeting on the Rural Community Housing Development Corporation, and they're trying to get a grant to do a 62 unit complex at the south end of Willits, and so that's very exciting. And it will be for low-income people, but really making sure it fits in with the transit opportunities there. So, let's see, MCOG, Mendocino Council of Governments, we had our first meeting of the year yesterday. I was elected chair, and I just wanted to bring people's attention. We receive a lot of complaints from people about highways and Caltrans projects and what's happening. And if there is an issue with any highway in the county, you can go to csr.dot.ca.gov, and you can file a concern or complaint at that site, and you can pinpoint it exactly, describe what it is. So people have concerns about the highways, that's where a good place to start. And the person who monitors all the complaints and was on the call and really seemed receptive to making sure that those were dealt with, as much as possible. And on MCOG, we had 3 returning members and 4 new members, so it's exciting. We had an orientation about that yesterday. And the Older American Act, and I attended a AAA Area Agency on Aging meeting last week, and it was an emergency meeting. Supervisor Norvell's the normal representative. I'm the alternate, but he couldn't attend the emergency meeting because the funding was not in the reappropriation that happened in Congress, and so it could be a potential hit of $1 million if that's not passed in the near future. And senior centers and all those funds that Area Agency on Aging deals with is going to be affected in short order. So we'll be bringing a letter to the board soon. It's in the legislative platform, and it's to get the Older American Act passed and funded properly. And then lastly, it's about capital improvements, and I guess there was with the latest rainstorms, and these rainstorms we're having are just so intense in nature that the building on south door of the public health, behavioral health, had a massive roof collapse almost. And we've seen that in other buildings of the county. We really need to put in more money for capital improvements, because when you have drips and you have water flowing into buildings, it's causing much more damage than repairing the roof would have cost originally. So anyway, we have some of those issues, and I hope that during the budget process we can start putting away some money for capital improvements. So that's it for me. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, that was a great report, John. A question, North Coast Resource Partnership. I sat on that for a year with Supervisor Jurdy. And at the end of the year, I went to Dan and said, hey, Dan, I noticed that they're doing a lot of great projects throughout the region, but not one of them is in Mendocino County. I don't see that in recent years there have been any. Where do you think this is going? And I'm pleased to hear you said that there are some projects. But the question is there any concept of equity with this effort? Is this if we get something, it's a bonus, we should be happy we got anything? Or is this a state program that's designed for a region where all the counties within the region should receive, maybe not the same, but some substantial contribution? Who's looking out for equity in this dynamic? And I'm bringing it up because I hear you say there are projects, and I'm happy that those are happening now, but I don't think that was always the case.
Yeah, well, thank you for those comments. And Supervisor Klein and I are both on the NCRP now, and so we will certainly advocate for Mendocino County. And it's a great opportunity right now, because with Prop 4 passing, there's $10 billion for these kind of projects, and that's a lot of money that will be coming through the NCRP, and we need to make sure that Mendocino County gets at least its fair share.
For listeners at home, what sort of projects do we think North Coast Resource Partnership might fund in our county in the near term?
Do you want to take that?
Well, seeing as that I've participated for exactly one meeting, my comments are limited, but I would say that particularly around wildfire preparedness and fuels reduction, there's a lot of opportunity for our county.
And I think water projects too, and sustainable, anything around water they can work on. And
Any
I think
resource.
that they're also doing things around the blue economy in the Noyo Harbor. So there's these projects going on. Okay? Thank you for those comments. All right, with that, I think we're done, and we will adjourn the meeting at 2:28.